Morning, everybody. Just a sound check again. Thank you for joining. We're just allowing a little bit time for more people to join. Oh, good morning, all the wonderful people. Um, Great seeing all the faces. There will still be many people joining as I'm talking. We're still admitting lots of people into the event. But thank you for being here with us today. We've been looking forward to this event, being hosted by the National Department of Transport, and it's such a privilege to be able to facilitate this session. I want to give recognition to Ibrahim Sidat from DOT, who's put together this excellent program, panel of presenters, and they're going to share a lot of knowledge with us today. So let me just get our program on. So there we are. We're talking today about reforming IPTNs to fast-track greater incorporation of formalized minibus operator commercial entities, 2nd of July 2026. Ladies and gents, we're going to have both government and private sector talking to us. You can see on the program, we're going to kick off with Mr. Bafana Nkwebane. He's the Director for Public Transport Industry of Industry Development of NDOT. And there we're going to see the overview of draft reforms to de-risk and formalize minibus industry to ultimately participate in contracting. Then we're going to have Mr. Monile Malila. He's the Director of Public Transport Network Development, NDOT, and he's going to talk to us about lessons from IPTN vehicle operating company experience. And then we're going to move over to, as they say, from ground level, where the tacky hits the tar. We're going to have Mr. Anthony Stewart. He's the Chief Executive Officer of WAXT, and he's going to talk about the lessons from cashless projects in the minibus industry. I'm going to take a short break then. And then from a consulting engineering perspective, Mr. Peter Gray, Consulting Manager Pegasus, is going to talk about the two proposed business models for incorporating the taxi industry into the formal public transport services. And then the last but not the least today, Mr. Visham Naidu, Taxi Recapitalization South Africa, very important one, lessons from minibus business reform pilots. So we have got ample time after each event or presentation also to have discussions. My request to you today, please keep yourselves muted. We're doing this in a meeting fashion, so anybody can unmute. So keep yourselves muted, otherwise I'll have to mute you. But when recognized, then obviously you can unmute yourself and ask questions and participate in discussion. But we'll manage that as we go along. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the Transport Forum is a public platform where everybody can engage in discussions and content provision in the transport sector, running for more than 19 years already. And we have excellent associates and sponsors making this possible. And we would like to give recognition to our sponsors. And let me just get my screen sorted here this side. So we're going to give recognition to all our associates and sponsors, and it's a fun session because we're doing a little bit of a competition. We're going to make use of the menti.com platform. If you want to, in the meantime, you can go to your browser and you can type in www.menti.com. So what we're going to do is we're going to have two prizes of Parker pens to the value of about 400 to 500 rands. Nice Parker pens. So we're going to ask two questions after we've introduced you to our sponsors and associates, and the person obviously answering the question right in the fastest, he or she will then be the winner of that prize, and we'll have that prize couriered to you. So listen carefully and have fun. So, but we will give you opportunity after we introduce you to our sponsors to go to Menti, and then you'll have the session number that you'll have to enter. So there we are. A bigger picture. We've got the top level there. We've got all our associates, industry bodies. In the middle there, we've got media houses. That's a formal agreement with the Transport Forum. And then at the bottom there, it's a lot of gold sponsors that making the Transport Forum possible. And at the top, you can see the C-Track. C-Track is our platinum sponsor. Hopefully, we'll have more in the future. But C-Track is a platinum sponsor with the Transport Forum. And they've also been involved with the forum since inception 19 years ago. So let's have a look at our associates. So there we have the associates and quickly introduction of each one of them. So here we've got the South African Express Parcel Association. So he represented the body of the voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa. So thank you very much, SAPA, for your support. There we've got Africa Rail Industry Association, rethinking rail and connecting Africa, playing a big role in getting our railway industry, third-party access to the industry, and getting our railways and our side branches and our primary branches, everything working again effectively in the freight sector. Thank you very much, Aria, for your support. We've got the South African Bus Operators Association. You can see they represent the bus and the coach industry. And they played a vital role in the social and economic development of our country. Thank you very much, Saboa. We've got the Multimodal Inland Port Association, MEPA, playing a big role in the inland ports and obviously connecting all the corridors, making logistics in this country flowing fluently. Thank you very much, MEPA. Road Freight Association. They say without trucks, South Africa stops. Thank you very much, RFA, Road Freight Association, for your great association. We've got the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, and they've got a video we can share.
What does it take to compete on the world stage? To go head-to-head with the best of the best? Excellence, agility, resilience, the willingness to keep on evolving. It takes courageous leadership to be bold and chart the course, to connect the dots, bringing stakeholders together, to overcome the hurdles we all face, and to deliver best practice. It's about business at the click of a button, delivering at the speed of the internet, connecting people, products, and places, strengthening our supply chains, faster and more cost-effective than ever. Since 1921, we've given voice and vision to the freight forwarding industry, navigating the tides of international trade, evolving ever more sophisticated supply chains, bridging local and global markets to move our economy forward. Welcome to our world. The South African Association of Freight Forwarders, architects of transport for over a century.
Thank you very much, SAF. We also got the International Women in Transport Association. They're the media houses that's part of the Transport Forum, obviously many of them, but these are on a formal agreement with the Transport Forum. So we've got Freight News by FTW, and obviously you need to subscribe to these magazines. You'll find the links on our website, the Transport Forum's website. Otherwise you're losing out big time, guys. So Freight News, you can see news and features for import and export decision makers. Thank you very much, FTW. You've got the Railways Africa magazine, African Continent Specialist Trade, Technical Business to Business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector. Thank you very much, Railways Africa. Focus on transport and logistics. You can see they said the oldest and the leading transport magazine. There you can see their website as well. Thank you very much. Focus on transport and logistics. And engineering news from Crema Media. You can see premier source of real economy news, daily coverage of South Africa's transport and automotive sectors, and accurate and timely news reportage. Thank you very much, Engineering News. Right, going over to our sponsors. Here we've got C-Track, the platinum sponsor of the Transport Forum. Let's have a look at their video.
Managing a fleet isn't just about tracking vehicles anymore. It's about intelligence, efficiency, and control. Still, who has the time to actually process all that information and make so many decisions? With multiple moving parts and a data overload, it's easy to miss what's important. C-Track's Crystal platform puts you back in control with smart, AI-powered insights. You're not just keeping up, you're staying ahead of the competition by reacting faster and smarter. Whether you manage a handful of vehicles or thousands, Crystal scales with you. From new entrepreneurial ventures to established enterprises, Crystal grows and adapts with your fleet. Because no two fleets are the same, and different industries have different requirements, you can add additional business features as you need them. Like analytics, custom AI scripts, electronic proof of delivery, routing, scheduling, and cameras, our solution offers a strong core with modular optional plugins and AI that works for you. Because having the power to predict and staying ahead isn't just smart, it's a superpower.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, C-Track. Ladies and gents, also a gold sponsor since inception with the Transport Forum is University of Johannesburg. Their Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, either they're housed in the School of Management or in the College of Business and Economics at University of Johannesburg. More than 55 years of academic excellence, and they're inviting everybody to engage with them and to be qualified and, join the family at UJ. Thank you very much, UJ, for your great gold sponsorship over all these years. We've also got a new kid on the block, Zimmy, making electric vehicles possible. We're looking forward to hearing more about this organization. They're also one of the presenters at our next event on the 23rd of July. So thank you very much, Zimmy, for your gold sponsorship. We've got Control Fleet. They've got a video for us.
At Control Fleet, innovation is at the heart of every decision we make. We execute like never before. Our features include planning, scheduling, driver application, and our value proposition is continuous value and execution for you. We love logistics and transport operations, our clients, and our aim is to provide them with new age technology, innovate their business, and take them to the future.
Thank you, Control Fleet, your gold sponsorship. Another great gold sponsor is JC Auditors. Let's have a look at their video.
Welcome to JC Auditors, your trusted partner in road freight certification solutions. At JCA, we offer a single integrated solution for road freight companies, enabling you to achieve all your compliance and certification requirements. Our focus on the South African national standard, RTMS, ensures your fleet meets the high standards in safety, efficiency, and sustainability. Promoting vehicle safety and fostering safe driving behavior are keys to RTMS success. With a national presence of a growing footprint in the SADC regions, JCA is your local and regional expert in road transport compliance. Our certificates are SANAS accredited and IAF aligned, so rest assured that JC Auditor certifications are recognized globally. Our team of professional road transport experts brings unparalleled experience and dedication to every client, ensuring your company is always compliant. Having conducted over 10,000 audits in the last 15 years, JCA's expertise is proven, tried, and trusted across the industry. We proudly serve South Africa's leading road freight companies, along with a host of other forward-thinking and ambitious transporters, driving road transport excellence. Join the many satisfied clients who trust JC Auditors for their road freight certification needs, including RTMS, ISO 9001, and more. Visit us at www.jcauditors.com and drive your business forward with confidence.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, JC Auditors. Ladies and gents, then we've got Freeway Fleet Maintenance Software. Let's have a look at the video.
Freeway is a powerful digital system for managing fleets and assets, giving you real-time visibility and eliminating paperwork. At its core, Freeway handles maintenance, compliance, and procurement. From job scheduling to defect tracking, purchasing, and stock control, everything is managed from one connected platform. In the workshop, mobile devices replace paperwork. Engineers can request parts, check histories, and everything syncs instantly with our main system, so you know the status and cost of every vehicle, part, and service. Freeway connects seamlessly with your existing systems and supplier platforms, allowing data to flow freely. It's modular, scalable, and always ready for digital reporting needs. With a mobile app for remote management, a booking portal for external users, and built-in analytics to track true costs and performance. Freeway helps you save time, cut waste, and stay fully in control.
Thank you, Freeway Fleet Maintenance Software. So here we've got Bid Air Cargo, also a great gold sponsor. Let's have a look at their video.
In the world of express freight, there's one name that stands above the rest: Bid Air Cargo. Our airport-to-airport line haul service is the backbone of South Africa's express freight industry. At Bid Air Cargo, we don't just deliver cargo. We go the extra mile to ensure a seamless and efficient experience in South Africa. With our unwavering commitment to excellence and improved technology, we handle your cargo with utmost care and deliver it on time, every time. Our dedication to service excellence is what sets us apart. We live by our core values of service excellence, mutual respect, integrity, and accountability. When you choose Bid Air Cargo, you're choosing a partner that takes pride in going above and beyond for your freight needs. From pharmaceuticals to perishable goods, automotive parts to live animal transportation, we handle a diverse range of commodities. Our attention to detail and precision ensure that your cargo arrives in perfect condition, no matter what it is. Our dedicated teams work tirelessly to guarantee the safety and efficient transport of your cargo. We leave no stone unturned to ensure your freight arrives at its destination intact and on time. With our advanced track and trace system, you can monitor your shipments in real time. Stay informed about the whereabouts of your cargo with just a few clicks. Our goal is to provide you with peace of mind and complete transparency throughout the entire journey. We understand that time is of the essence for our valued customers. That's why we offer a user-friendly online portal that simplifies the documentation process. Obtain quotations and create e-labels with ease, saving you valuable time and effort. Whether you have a small package or a large shipment, Bid Air Cargo handles it all with equal care and precision. Our ISO certification is a testament to our commitment to quality and professionalism. We don't just excel in domestic express freight, we also cater to your international cargo needs. No matter the size of your business, whether you're a small enterprise or a multinational corporation, you can trust us to handle your cargo with the same level of dedication and attention to detail. Connect with us today and discover the difference our innovative technology, seamless tracking, and customer-oriented approach will make to your operation. Bid Air Cargo. Same-day express every day, overnight express every night.
Thank you so much, Bid Air Cargo. Ladies and gents, we've got Kuba. They say they're transforming ticketing solutions, part of the ICM Mobility Group, which enables public and private transport to move into the digital era. You can see they journey planning, smart ticketing, streamlining electronic payment, shaping the digital transformation of the mobility sector. Thank you very much, Kuba, for your gold sponsorship over the years. We really appreciate that. We've got Standard Bank. over 160 years of experience. They believe that dreams matter and that together we can make them a reality. You can see they operate in more than 20 countries in Africa and abroad, and their worldwide presence consists of an integrated suite of end-to-end wealth management services and banking solutions. Thank you very much, Standard Bank. Then we've got Global Trade Solution, innovative solutions transforming global supply chain, all about imports and exports. You can see they're doing consulting and strategy, software solutions, and specialized services. Thank you very much, Global Trade Solution, for your gold sponsorship. Consulting engineers of note, Zutari. They are consulting engineers and they're part of the Transport Forum for many years already. It's a gold sponsor, also very active on this forum, participating and presenting. Thank you, Zutari, for all your great mentorship and support. We really appreciate that. Right, we've got TicketPro, the Smart Tap solution. You can see the Smart Tap system includes key features like comprehensive route management, flexible passenger payment methods, flexible route and fare product setup, shift and dispatch management, cashier system, inspection tools, and comprehensive MIS reports. Thank you very much, Smart Tap. We appreciate your gold sponsorship. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that was our sponsors and associates, and now it's time to have some fun. Remember, there are 2 Parker pens that you can win, and you can go to www.menti.com, and I'll share the session number with you just now, and we're going to ask you 2 questions. So let me set up my screen on this side. Just bear with me for a second. Okay, right, there we've got the session. I believe you can see my screen. I can just try and find a number of the event. You can see that at the bottom right of your screen, there's the number 72204610. So you can type in that number, and if they ask you for your name, please use your real name, not some other name. Otherwise, we wouldn't know, who's the winner. So there you can join the session using that number, 72204610. Can see people are coming in now. I'll give you opportunity to join quickly. All right, let's move on. Just to get used to the platform, what do you work with? Sales, product, IT, marketing, or other? Let's see your answers. Let's look at the results. Oh yeah, so you already saw that. What is the biggest challenge you think we have with public transport? Give us one word. What do you think is the biggest challenge we have with public transport in South Africa? This is usually very interesting to see what's coming up. Interesting integration, the most popular one. Formalization, subsidies, very interesting. All right, thank you for that. Let's continue to the first question. Question 1 of 2. Industry association representing the bus and coach industry. Which one is it? Is it RFA, SAF, AREA, or SABOA? Which one is it? Right. The most of you had it right. It's SABOA. 21 guys right. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Who's the winner? Kathy was the quickest. Congratulations, Kathy. Thank you for that. You guys are sharp. Let's have a look at the next one. Question 2 of 2. Gold sponsor ticketing solutions have been successfully implemented over 100 cities and regions worldwide. Ticketing solutions. Is it Bete Cargo, Kuba, Zutari, or Freeway? Yes, answer was Kuba. Let's see the leaderboard. Who's the winner? Rob was the fastest. Congratulations, Rob and Kathy, for winning. And we will definitely get into contact with you and have your prize couriered to you. Congratulations on you guys. All right, great stuff. Ladies and gents, let's get our program up again. Right, ladies and gents, please remember about our business directory. It's been outsourced to Olga Mashilu, Berlin Bontley consultant. And this business directory gives you a page on our directory promoting your organization, contact details, and so on. And it's only 450 rands per year. So it's not that lot of money. So you can take a picture of the screen. You'll also receive an email after this event from myself, where you can indicate whether you want Olga to give you a call and to have your company listed. We're getting quite good feedback from exposure people getting through this. Right, so the presentations presented at the Transport Forum, you can download from that website, transportseek.com. And actually all the presentations are there for presented over the past 19 years, more than 900 presentations. And a little search engine you can use to find whatever you're looking for. So you need to log in on our website. To the left of the screen, you'll see there's a user login. Should you not have your own login details yet, then you can sign up and you use the sign up option and you can create your own login credentials and you can sign up. And after you signed up and logged in, then you will see there's on our website, you go to events, you go to downloads, and you get this great little search engine, but very powerful. So there are two ways you can search. The top field, you can type in a title or a description or a date or whatever, and it's just then you hit search, and it searches through all the 900 presentations. That's actually then according to your title description, or you can go to category and can select the date of the event, hit search, and it will bring up those presentations, and you can download them, all complimentary to you guys. So that is very powerful. So now we're back at our program, and we're going to nicely kick off reforming IPTNs to fast-track greater incorporation of formalized minibus operator commercial entities, 2nd of July. So first would like Ibrahim, who's actually put together this entire program for us, to say a few words of welcome. Ibrahim, are you online already? Can you talk to us, please?
Okay, great. Thanks, Harry. Let me just switch the camera. Morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to the annual IPTN related forum that we co-host with the Transport Forum. The acting DDG, Ms. Kibi Manana, was supposed to be here, but she's with the minister today, so she conveyed her apologies. As most of you know, it's a kind of time of change with new mandates from our political office bearers. So the public transport network grant, which was the main funding stream of the IPTNs in the 11 operational cities or near operating cities, is undergoing a process of reform between DOT in consultation with the National Treasury, cities, and provinces. And one of the minister's key objectives was to get more effective implementation with minibus taxis carrying, an estimated 70 to 80% of public transport peak trips, and with the current IPTN model scaling too slowly and being too costly. It's a time for reflection and reform. And we thought, instead of repeating some of the public transport reform plan proposal engagements we've had in the last month or two with cities and provinces, we thought we'd rather, in a kind of brainstorm, looking for ideas way, zoom in on the minibus taxi reform aspect of this mandate we've been given by the minister and cabinet. So today's session is geared around, asking those tough questions about how do we start from where we're at and how do we proceed. So not hoping and wishing, but starting from reality and where do we want to get to, bearing in mind it's three years left of this administration, but obviously deep-rooted public transport implementation reforms can take a long time, dealing with a lot of incumbent users, operators, and stakeholders. So with that, I'd like to thank everybody. Feel free to send comments, questions in the chat or in the discussion period. And we look forward to a very fruitful session. Thanks, Harry. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim. And before you came online, we already recognized you for putting together this agenda for us today. We really appreciate that. And it's always great having this annually with NDOT. Right, so we have a problem because Bafana is not online. And Bonile said he's going to give Bafana a call. So Bonile, if you got some news for us?
Harry, I think sorry, Bonilla, if he's not available due to the family bereavement, I'll present his slides and we'll then open up for discussion, and Bonile or others can also add. Bonile, is that okay, or is he available?
Not available. That's why I was saying, let me check you so that you can take the slide and then we'll add where necessary. Thanks.
Okay, so let me bring up the slides then, and this presentation is about the overview of draft reforms to de-risk and formalize minibus industry to ultimately participate in contracting. So that is what this presentation is all about. So bear with me, I'm quickly going to bring up the slides. Right, Ibrahim, over to you then, and you can prompt me to forward the slides.
Great, thanks, Harry. Basically, Bafana was going to present on some of the framework for some of the draft thinking with regard to the pressures with regard to de-risking the minibus industry as required by the minister. Next slide, Harry. So I think you all know this. Even the recap fleet now is aging. There aren't many vehicles or operators eligible with the original recap cutoff in 2006. So technically, your vehicle has to be older than 20 years old to even qualify. And once again, the cycle of cannibalizing paid-off vehicles without catering for depreciation or recapitalization in the business model related to the high risk with regard to finance and interest rates and insurance rates. Uh, the others will touch on it possibly, but obviously the operating license regime is also due for a massive overhaul, not really meeting the intent of the NLTA, which was plan-based supply, and then rationalizing supply and demand, supply to meet demand, based on good data with licenses having a limited lifespan subject to the renewal or reauthorization based on a plan. So that's a big gap in most areas. I think next slide, Harry. Okay, this one just talks to the recap progress. It kind of a victim of its own success. Probably one of the issues is that it was a once-off and didn't really, or the other factors linked to the NLTA in terms of plan-based supply rationalization and authorization didn't come online. So essentially, the business model didn't change, which is still, if you do qualify for high risk, high cost financing, you pay it off in 5, 6 years, and basically then you don't account for depreciation. You kind of maximize your profits and cannibalize the asset. And because of users are captive, it can last a very long time because you're not too worried about downtime as well. So I think that's why, and then with the cutoff date being 2006, the take-up is very low. So obviously there's a challenge, again, that the fleet is aging, the business model is not promoting replacement from the fare box. And so currently 72,000 have been scrapped, and then the revised target from 2019 was another 13, so 86,000 scrapped. Next slide, Harry. I think this just talks to what I was saying earlier. The uptake with regard to recap is, a vicious cycle, of essentially deferred replacement, which was the original business model anyway. So that first round of recap came on the radar in the late 90s because the vehicles bought in the early 80s, were on their last legs, and essentially one solution was proposed to import used vehicles, panel vans, and then refurbish them in Lesotho, and obviously that is not kosher in terms of the industrial policy. So we kind of back to the same challenge. Next slide, Harry. So the pressures now are public transport reform. Vanilla and we'll talk more if required, but from the minibus lens, it's around consolidate. The minister really wants consolidation of grants to do more with less, or more with the same amount, not go ask for a lot of money from Treasury without really optimizing what's there, including the big funding sources for road-based public transport, which is the Public Transport Network Grant at municipal level, Public Transport Operations Grant currently at provincial level, and the taxi recap program, which I've highlighted before at national level. So already you can see there is a built-in three-sphere fragmentation, right there, which always makes it trickier. Combine that into a single road-based public transport funding framework, combine phase-in upgraded conditions, let's call it. I don't want to call it even services, because maybe we need to crawl before we sprint. But the portfolio committee and the minister have been saying keep the users at the center of this, even the existing IPTN users. Don't throw away what works, but we have to simply make it more equitable and find a way to impact on the experience of the majority of road-based public transport users. So obviously consolidation, Treasury is asking us, are you consolidating because the funding is there in these different pots and you want to reform it? Or, what is your theory of change? What will be done differently? Next slide, Harry. So from the minibus perspective, essentially the national fleet, from some of the work done by DOT with the assistance of TRSA, showing, I think, coming back to that licensing regime, kind of a estimated over 320,000 vehicles who are likely doing minibus taxi type services. Next slide, Harry. And, a large part of that are not, let's call them, I guess it's topical, undocumented, or don't have the right documents, or not compliant with the National Land Transport Act licensing regimes. On the other hand, even those who do have licenses and some track record are, even if they want to replace their vehicles, the environment of the risks from the financial, operational, catch-based industry, etc., is making that costly, if not prohibitive. So some of the aspects to target are rationalization of the supply and the business model, capital support of some form that incentivizes optimization, sustainability, etc. Question is, does it need to be an ongoing incentivized program, or is it a once-off like the recap program? De-risking the access to finance for the suppliers of that, and leveraging economies of scale of the industry, which ultimately, really talks to formalization and some types of commercialization to bring together buying power. Next slide, Harry. Okay, with regard to formalization, current system has, individual operators, limited records, as I mentioned. One of the draft ideas is you could go with an individual type of reform, but all the feedback we get is that it becomes impossible to deal with 150,000 plus individual operators, and then you don't really get to that major leap in terms of access to finance, investor confidence, regulatory compliance, eligibility to become contractors, etc. So where everyone seems to be landing on, and we'd love to get more input and feedback, and our speakers would as well, is some kind of operating entity, whether it's an association based or doesn't necessarily have to run the full gamut all the way up to a medium-sized 500 employee vehicle operating company, but something that's beyond an individual operator. The next slide, Harry. Obviously, the challenge with that is how to incentivize that and actually make strategic headway into that, and some of our speakers will cover that. Obviously, within the industry, there's challenges. Within government, there's regulatory challenges. How do you build trust and, moving away from a daily catch-based type of business model, which has always been the challenge in any reform. So one type of proposal is like a step-by-step approach from the current TRP to some type of incentivized, possibly capital-supported fleet renewal, regulatory and other aspects, data to enable de-risking in terms of finances, insurance, etc. Formalization, as I mentioned, into some kind of entity beyond small numbers of individuals. And then ultimately the stepping stones into those entities becoming larger and engaging in contracting, and the various benefits of that. In a sense, a lot of these, in some form or fashion, have been experimented with in the IPTN VOCs, which Bonile will highlight some of the pros and cons and the pitfalls. But so in a sense, this is where TRP and the IPTNs meet each other in terms of now what do we come up with that is somehow maybe somewhere in the middle, perhaps, of that spectrum. But again, the challenge will be also, which Treasury wants to know, is what are you doing differently to get the different outcomes? So we continuously getting the Einstein quote from the Minister and Treasury about doing the same thing over and over again. Next slide, Harry.
That was the last slide, Ibrahim.
Oh, okay. So I think ultimately this was a high-level overview, not giving you answers, but giving you a map of the context and where the path seems to be leading. And hopefully now we look forward to fleshing that out from the other speakers with their real-world experience and practical, grappling with different kinds of initiatives in the IPTN VOC and taxi operator association reform space. Back to you, Harry. Thanks a lot. I don't know if Bonile or any of the other speakers want to add anything on the overview. Bonile and Harry, over to you.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Yeah. Anybody who would like to actually ask a question on this stage or make an input, you're welcome to unmute, and once recognized, you can say your say or ask your question. I'm just scanning the chat room here. I see everybody's happy there. Okay, maybe we can move
Hi,
on.
Harry.
Yes. Good morning.
Hi, Harry.
Morning.
Morning. I was trying to navigate to raise my hands, but anyway, Eri, my name is Moses. I've got two questions to Ibrahim. Probably, maybe if he answers later on, I'll be able to make my comment. My
Thank you,
question relates
Moses.
to he's talking about reforming the reform the grant part or the subsidy. He spoke about P2G, PTNG, and TRP coming together. So my question is, I want to check as to that reform. Does it take into account the public transport subsidy policy that has been dealt with? And I know that it's at the level of cabinet for finalization. How would the two processes will relate? Because the public transport subsidy policy was intended to, among other things, deal with the issue of the public transport operating grant as well as the PTNG. That's my first question, whether there is that correlation between the two, the three or the two. The other question relates to the part of formalization, because I think the difficulty with formalization, in my view, based on my experience in government previously, is that you've got a lot of illegal operators, and how are you going to deal with formalization, having illegal operators? For instance, if you look at the RAS system in Gauteng province, where you've got about 62% of inactive operators who one would say they are illegal in one way or the other. So how are you going to deal with those things?
Thank you, Moses. Just tell me what organization do you represent?
Yeah, well, I mean, I represent my organization, Rabi Consulting. It's a company that I established and I'm running. Thanks.
Thanks, Moses. Great stuff. Ibrahim, do you want to just to respond to this?
Thank you, Moses. Excellent questions. You obviously on the money. I think save the second one for let's throw it back to the speakers and see what comes out in terms of you know what. Yeah, if it's 10% illegal, it's one thing. But once you and who knows what the real number is, but estimated that it could even be 50. Once you get to those levels, you're in a strategic bind. So that's also something we're looking to test. So it'd be good to get everyone's input and brainstorm around that. On the first one, the subsidy policy, I think we've engaged quite a lot with the team. And essentially, because the minister doesn't want to go to cabinet and ask for new money, there's it's still alive as a draft, but this process for now is the front end of it, in a sense, that because there's some very good thinking in there, especially with regard to how to improve our efficiencies so that we compete with middle income countries, our peers, in terms of total spend of transport on GDP, and become more efficient, drop it from 12% to 7% of GDP. Because currently now our distances and our services are not as, we end up are expensive, basically. So this reform, we're seeing it as the front end of that. So that's not necessarily going to get finalized in terms of an additional pot of money soon. But how we're seeing it as this reform becomes a preparatory stage to set the stage for the final, let's say, implementation of an aggressive subsidy policy that even goes after land use and all those extra costs in the system. But I don't think we're going to win that for now, because our principals want to see consolidate what's there, show us how it's working better. And the principles of the subsidy policy were aligned around plan-based, local level plans driving highly effective transport services that are run by very capable entities. And then the issue always becomes, well, how are we going to go from the problems of the IPTNs and TRP to there? So it'll be also good to get some input on that. I think I'll leave it there for now, and maybe Bunile might touch on some of that in his input and the other speakers. But thanks, those are excellent questions.
Thank you, Ibrahim. I see Vuji Majola. She's got her hand up. Vuji, good morning.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Harry. Thank you so much. Just a quick one, Ibrahim. I don't get the sentiment of perhaps alignment between national, provincial, and local government from your presentation. Maybe we are still going to see it with the other presentations. And secondly, to Moses's point, if there is a 62% operators that are operating illegally, what does that say about the backlogs that are sitting with the PREs, with one province actually sitting at 44,000 operating licenses that haven't been issued? Are all of these things considered in your deliberations? Because I think to simply just say there is a challenge with the licensing regime is not doing justice to exactly what is happening on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vuji. Your organization, Vuji, again?
CityCon Africa.
Thank you, Vuji. Over to you, Ibrahim.
I think that's exactly the point, is that if the regime has gotten to this level of dysfunctionality or backlog, to put it mildly, then also this has to be addressed in any package going forward. I think that's noted. The challenge becomes what's the root cause and what to do about it. And I think some of the speakers would have opinions, but then let's circle back to it at the end, because you obviously seem to be, on top of it as well. Because we kind of looking for solutions. Do we, the one extreme, my colleague Bill Cameron, who's in Australia now, and 15 years ago said, well, if you're not going to effectively have plan-based, data-driven license approvals, then maybe scrap it and just go with, just focus on safety and security and, like road safety and security, driver behavior, vehicle condition. But then do that, in a highly bulletproof manner. Oops, I shouldn't have used that word, sorry. So, and then the other extreme would be is, anyone who's, you see, and I think the point would be, I think another analogy I used, I don't know, 5 years ago before COVID was, if the IEC's voters' role was like this, we wouldn't have elections. We'd have war. So ultimately, without taking stock of the situation and the NLTA, and then thinking hard about what to do, because it currently sounds like it's administratively regulated, not strategically demand regulated, and also it's essentially de facto self-regulated. So, and because it's such a widespread phenomenon, there has to be some very creative approaches. It's not just a blanket thing and saying, okay, you have to go with your ID and get on the voters roll. So I think the other speakers, and I'm pitching it like this because the other speakers will also pick up on some of these questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Bonile, please unmute.
Thanks, colleagues. I think to go to the questions, particularly on the operating license and as well as illegal operations. If you look, there is a correlation between the backlog that is outside there together with the illegal operations. If then operating licenses are not processed in time, operators will then go and operate because if you read the act, you are not forced to have or not to buy a vehicle. You can have a vehicle before you even, more especially if it's an old vehicle, before you even apply for an operating license. So if all PRIs or all regulatory entities across the country, except Western Cape, if they've got a backlog in terms of issuing of operating licenses, then the issue of illegal operation is becoming, the numbers then they will increase. So if we can then sort out the regulatory space, and I can tell the number of illegal operations will decrease a little bit, and but they view that perhaps we have to allow the operations, let the people operate as long as the safety elements are being taken care of, might not be the best options. The main option is how do you make sure that these regulatory entities are doing what they're supposed to do? I think that's the main issue. You don't need another, mash and mash for operating license backlogs, because there are people who are employed to deal with those backlogs. So I'm saying there is a correlation between the backlog and the illegal operations from my point of view. Thanks.
Thank you, Panile. Yes, I see in the chat room here, Muntoka Zizi is talking about the largest stakeholder groups. I'm going to read the comment. Does the grant access optimization and subsequent operationalization impact maintain adherence, appreciation of the entrepreneurial driver-owned vehicle or individual operator doctrine underpinning the South African taxi operator public transportation segment? The largest stakeholder groups and hence primary contributors to the theory of change measures KPIs should be drivers, owners, and passengers. So just the grant access optimization and subsequent operational impact. Don't know if Ibrahim or Bonilla want to respond to that.
I think that's that's exactly the point, is that how do you retain that entrepreneurial incentive and responsiveness, but at the same time address the challenges of oversupply, a kind of a lack of reinvestment, and incentives to overload and to maximize passenger trips. So I think it's a fine line, and I think let's hear what our other speakers will say in their presentations, because they're also going to be touching on that. But I think the questions are excellent. So feel free to submit any ideas on these to Bonile and myself, and we'll pass it on as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim. I see Ntokazizi's hand is up. You want to add something, Ntokazizi?
Good morning. Thank you, Harry. And
good morning.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Yeah, and I appreciate that, Ibrahim. And I suppose just the general nature of the points is sort of higher level. But I think from observation, and just one caution is that if there's a sentiment saying that dealing with 150,000 individual operators is burdensome, that appears problematic if you contemplate my sentiment, right? Because those are the 150,000 entrepreneurs within the sector which are running the sector. So if there's an immediate kind of reservation or sentiment of it being burdensome, then whatever you stack on top of that is going to be problematic. So perhaps a suggestion of reviewing that burden and saying, if the regulating institutions have an objective and the finance institutions or the institutions deploying capital have an objective, then they must absorb the burden of the 150,000 operators. It's not a question of making it simpler for the banks and the Department of Transport. That's not what we're trying to do here. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very important. I see Moses' hand is up. Moses?
Yeah, my quick one, two things on formalization. Maybe the department needs to, because there's an instrument already to deal with formalization. Chapter 3 of the second National Land Transport Regulations of 2025 provides for dealing with illegality and so forth and so forth. They need to implement that, because I don't hear anything with regard to that particular chapter. Safe to say that what we hear is about e-hailing. The last point is on the issue of the backlog that was raised by Bonnie. I think, among other things, the department creates that backlog because we've got a National Land Transport Information System, which has been forever been implemented. So if they fast track that, in my view, they'll be in a position to deal with, the issues around backlog, because it's created by the system that NDOT is responsible for. Thanks.
Thank you, Moses. I see Logan Moodley's comment is related. Why is the funding consolidation only limited to public? Why not consolidate public and private as a principle of reform? We really need some serious intervention. Thank you for that, Logan. Ben Maseko is asking here, where does the scholar transport fit in a grant reform?
I think, Harry, Vanilla will handle that, but I think it shows maybe at some point in the next 3 to 5 months, we should actually come back to the forum and do Vanilla is running it, a session on the reform as we, finalize drafts and stuff, because obviously it's the inputs are well appreciated, and especially when you get to your solutions, because you're keeping us honest. Vanilla, you want to touch on that?
Perhaps on the scholar transport, it's part and parcel of consolidation. We are saying perhaps then the scholar transport should, when you design your contract, you have to take care of the scholar transport within the routes. And secondly, we are saying on routes that are not being, catered by the mainstream, we are engaging with National Treasury to find a dedicated grant for scholar transport. So we are engaging on that. And there were issues with scholar transport in the past, whereby, there was a confusion between the Department of Education and Transport, more especially at a provincial level, whereby the transport was saying the scholar transport should be managed by transport, whereas education was saying they want to manage. So it seems as if now we are trying to deal with that through the policy, and the two ministers, Minister of Transport and Basic Education, they have met trying to resolve the issue, because we were trying to push that it must go to transport, and we were reminded that no, the only person who's got the power of deciding on the function is the premier. So the premiers are responsible for where the function should be performed. But then if we bring in a grant, if it's a transport is 40, let's say 41 or 42, then transport must then decide how that grant should be managed. So we are saying it's part of scholar transport is part of the consolidation, and it's just that it's going to have two elements. And we are going to make it a condition that when you are designing a contract for mainstream, make sure that you take care of your scholar transport within the routes. Thanks.
Thank you, Bonile. I'm just looking at Alice Maslanga's comment. saying that the NLTA is clear that one must apply for an operating license before acquiring the vehicle. It says implementation enforcement is something else. Don't know if somebody want to comment on that. So we're taking note of that. Bonile, you want to comment?
Yes. No, yes, I want to comment on that. Yeah, the act is saying that, but the implementation is something else. If you've got, more especially, I'm saying if you've got an old vehicle, or you buy a vehicle from a friend and you go and apply for an operating license, you can do that without saying without then applying for an operating license. The only time whereby you'll be demanded to have an operating license when is when you buy a vehicle from Toyota, for instance. They will say, before we give you this vehicle, you need an operating license. And then, but when you buy it from a friend or from any other person who's not a dealer,
I've seen that. I don't know, but
Sorry, continue, Bonile.
yeah. So the bottom line, the act is saying what is saying, that you need to have an operating license before that. That is more applicable when you're buying a vehicle from a dealer. But if you're buying a vehicle from a person who's not a dealer, you can buy that and no one is going to stop you. And then you can go and apply for an operating license. So that's why then those people who then, when there are delays with operating license issues, they will use those vehicles to operate. And then the issue of law enforcement, I agree. And law enforcement is the challenge. And we have seen in other areas whereby you find that the people who are supposed to enforce the law, they also own taxes. So therefore, and then when they own those taxes are not registered on their names. That's why, as government, you cannot track them sometimes in terms of the impartiality that is required in terms of Section 13 of the Act. But those are challenges. Law enforcement is the key. I agree. Thanks.
Thank you, Bonile. Right, it seems to me everybody's comfortable on this. There's your Gavin. Gavin, you're welcome to unmute.
Good morning, Eri, thanks, and colleagues. I just wanted to check with anyone, maybe get us an understanding of where, with regards to planning, the planning authority being at local level and a lot of contracting authority is at the provincial level, and a disconnect between that with regards to assignment and devolution of powers to the local authority, so that the planning and the contracting can be sort of connected. So there's quite a big gap with regards to assignment of functions and devolution. So yeah, that's also one of the issues. Maybe when we're looking at consolidating funding, that it should be a more streamlined position that we take in with regards to that. Thanks.
Thanks, Gavin. Your company? All right, ladies and gents, thank you for all the comments. I think we're going to have many more as we go along this morning. So let's have Bonile then doing the next presentation for us. Let's quickly put up our program. I'll be with you in a second. So there we go. The next one then is Mr. Bonile Malila. He's the Director of Public Transport Network Development, NDOT, and he's going to talk to us then about lessons from IPTN Vehicle Operating Company experience. Thank you very much, Bonile.
My name is Bonile. I was asked by Ibrahim to make a presentation on the work that we commissioned a year ago. So I think before my presentation, I must make a disclaimer that we commissioned this work before winding down of the PTNG, before the statement that was made by the minister and the Minister of Finance. So we were just conducting the work because of the challenges that we were experiencing. So at the moment, with the winding down of PTNG, we've decided to say perhaps then the lessons from this work will then be incorporated into a future plan. When we finalize the future plan on public transport, we'll take some elements that came up during this exercise. Can we then go to the first slide on the content area? So the presentation outline will focus on the project objectives, the methodology, the themes that were identified during the assessment, the key findings, and the recommendations. So the purpose of this work, to be honest, we're trying to assess the VOCs that are there, 12 VOCs, as well as to check the municipal capacity to manage those VOCs. So we had various engagements, one-on-one with the cities or 9 municipalities, and as well as one-on-one engagements with 12 bus operator companies. And then towards the end, we had a combined engagement whereby we're trying now to verify the information that was presented by each party. When I'm referring to each party, I'm saying ACT and the vehicle operating company. So we had that workshop for 2 days, whereby we were then trying to verify the information and beginning to develop a framework out of that exercise. Can you go to the first or the third slide? So the main objectives, colleagues, was to address capability gaps that we identified during the status quo analysis, and even during the rollout of IPTNs within the cities. So all those challenges that we were identifying, and in some VOCs, you'll find that at the time, the VOCs, there were internal squabbles, VOC members fighting among each other, because of certain things, leadership and all of that. So we're trying then to address those, and then even to drive financial sustainability, because we find that some VOCs were struggling, and so to check what are the things that we have to deal, and even the support that is needed. And one objective, or also objective number 3, was to build skills and leadership. And the third one, to strengthen the business models. So to ensure that we enhance viability through mentorship, partnerships, and operator refinement. So those were the things that we were saying this project should then seek to address. Next slide, Ferry. So this slide, I think I have highlighted at the beginning the engagement, how we have engaged with the operators and the cities, and so that we get the real information. And so this is just a methodology. So what we were doing then, we identified themes, and we're then also scoring those themes to check if on certain themes, what is the performance of the city, what is the performance on the VOC. So, and then we're then plotting those on a radar chart to see what is the what is the final score, or whereby we're coming up with a criteria. So, but the next slide, I'll go through that. Next. So these are the themes, colleagues, that we have identified per VOC and the cities. So, like I said, the scoring, we're saying between 0 and 3, we're saying poor, and between 4 and 5, we regarded it as a medium or fair, and good was between 7, and a score of between 7 and 10. And the themes on the VOC side, we're looking at legal, regulatory, and governance, whereby we're checking the licensing, we're checking the governance in terms of the corporate, we're checking the leadership, accountability, and ethics. We're also checking, the other theme was on financial compliance and the health, whereby we're checking things like your SaaS compliance, your transparency, your financial sustainability of the company. We're also looking at operational efficiency, and under operational efficiency, we're looking at fleet availability, the age, condition, and service punctuality. And the other issue that we're looking at, it was HR and capacity building. So to check if the VOC members or their shareholders are trained and are empowered. So that was the themes that we assessed on the VOC side. On the city or municipality side, we're looking at, to summarize, it was more on contract management, to be honest. Your contractual relationship, your contract compliance and management, your contract management capacity, and the agility to respond to challenges that are, that you are experiencing, more especially when you are engaging with the operators and operational issues. So those were the themes. But when we go along the presentation, then we'll zoom into the assessment. Next slide, Eric. So these are our findings on the VOC side. First of all, 14 VOCs were assessed, and 1 VOC scored poor on all axes, on all the themes that were identified. And one issue that we have noticed is that the fleet availability, if you look at the global norm, is supposed to be between the fleet unavailability is supposed to be between 7% and 10%. But in our case, you'll find that some VOC, the fleet unavailability is more than 15%. And 3 VOCs with interim leadership. And if you check when we're plotting then the VOC scores, you find that most VOCs, they are fine on legal and regulation and HR. But the financial and sustainability element, as well as operational elements, they were lacking. And those 2 elements, they are key in making sure that the business is viable and even the operations are viable. And even when you look at the possibility of getting future contracts. So those were the things that we have identified in our assessment, that if then we move forward with the exercise, more especially on interventions, you'll see that those are the areas that we were recommending serious interventions. Next slide. So the other issue, it was the issue of empowerment. That's the serious issue. I think even when Ibrahim was presenting the first presentation, this area of empowerment is very difficult to navigate through, because first of all, what is the definition of empowerment? How do you say this operator is empowered? How do you then define that? We have realized that that area is very subjective, and because some, they regard empowerment as having a contract, for instance, the 12-year contract or the 6 or 7-year contract. Others, they regard the empowerment as benefiting through the value chain. And we've noticed that industry is used to owning vehicles, and in some cases you find that some cities, they don't allow the industry to procure buses, and they don't allow the industry to let's say to clean the stations and all of that, because they will say no, supply chain rules, they don't allow them to. So the issues that then is, how do you empower the operator just by giving them the contract only, more especially if it's a previous disadvantage? So those are the areas that the industry was also raising with us, more especially the operators. They were raising those issues, and we believe that we have to standardize the process and come up with a clear empowerment model that we know is going to be well monitored going forward. But when you look at the scores, like I said earlier on, most VOCs scored around 7.1 on legal and governance, and scored 6.6 on HR, and financial health and operational less than that. But when you look at it, there are VOCs that performed well, that we believe that they are proving that the model is working. VOC like your George Link, your Litsamaiso, your TBRT in Cape Town, and Kitrogen. Those VOCs, in terms of the assessment, you could see that they were doing better. They've got strong leadership, whereas in other cases you'll find that there is an issue of leadership and lack of training. Thanks. Can we go to the next slide? And then on the municipal side, three cities, we found that 3 cities were running 100% Section 41, which means they were complying with the National Land Transport Act. They were doing what they're supposed to do. And 5 cities, they were fully running your interim contracts instead of the Section 41 contracts. And 2 cities, there were only 2 cities were enforcing penalties effectively. Other cities were not enforcing contracts with VOC. 1 city with contract management capacity. So if you check out of the 9 cities or 9 municipalities, only one had a functioning contract management capacity. Others, they were struggling on that. And the issue of penalties, colleagues, if you can't manage the contract well, you'll have challenges, more especially if you are empowering the operators. Because, for instance, if the first 12 years you are not enforcing any contract, when you then go to the commercial contract or after the negotiated, you'll find that the operator now is introduced to a new regime that they were never exposed to, and all of that. And so the contract management issue was also identified as the main issue that we need to make sure that we address, and from the city side. Thanks. Let's go to the next slide. So, when we were then plotting the city findings, we realized that on contractual compliance and agility, cities were on, I would say, they were all on average. I would say they were on medium, but on capacity, on contract management capacity, they were lacking. Hence, I said earlier on, only one was having a proper structure on contract management, and on the rest were struggling on that. And what also we have also noted is the investment compared to the number of passengers that are being carried by the system. Because if some of these things are on average, definitely there will be a correlation between a weak city and the passengers that are being carried. And if you look at our system at the moment, daily passenger trips is around 170 thousand, whereas if you check the other countries in Africa, it's around 180. But then when you go to, let's say, Latin America and Americano, you'll find that they are carrying around 700,000 passengers per day. So, but one issue then is the value for money. I think that's where the minister is also, raising an issue to say it seems as if these VOCs and cities are not capable to carry more passengers compared to what the taxi industry is doing. I think in Ibrahim's slide, we saw 140 or 152, average weekday passengers being carried by IPTN services compared to 8 million weekday passengers being carried by taxis. So that's also the issue that you have to look at and see if there is a value for money. And I'm saying, if then there is weak VOCs, weak cities, then there will be no, justification for the program. Hence, then there is the issue of reviewing it. And hence, then even this exercise, we are making some proposals. One issue as well that is contributing to some of these weak, passenger trips is the fact that some operators will be compensated, will be part of the VOCs, but they will also still compete with their own VOC. That's a fact. We've seen it. And the other issue is then the issue of funding pressures, and even the winding down statement that was issued by the Minister of Finance, and that the PTNG is being reduced. So those are the challenges that then cities are also complaining about. Next slide. So this the next two slides will be focusing on the interventions that we believe they should be in place. One, we're saying as cities must then make sure that they introduce or they just focus on implementing of Section 41 rather than having these interim services. For instance, now a VOC, interim VOC that was, or the contract that was entered a year ago for 3 years. If you check that contract compared to a contract for 12 years, the operator, to be honest, is worse off. Instead of having a proper contract, you've got a stopgap contract, and that's why you'll find that in most cases, even the VOC members, they keep on fighting, more especially the leadership, over leadership during the stopgap period. So we're saying the first intervention, let's standardize the issue of applying Section 41, that is complying with the Act, and have the KPIs that are in line with that, rather than having the interim services. Secondly, we're saying cities need to establish permanent contract management units so that they build a relationship with the operators in terms of how the contracts should be managed and what are the things that should be tracked. And the operators must know that if you are an operator, these are the things that the municipality will will monitor and enforce those. The other issue we're saying we have to strengthen the VOC governance and make sure that all the corporate tools that must be in place are in place, and your AGMs must be held, and and there should be a proper executives. We've got VOCs that are not even having AGMs, VOCs that have no what we call audits. They are not, their books are not well audited, and those are the things. Because if your books are not audited, when that contract is ending and a new contract is being advertised, you might not even qualify for a tender. So those are the things that we have to, that they must be in place. And the next one is standardize your fleet maintenance, and so that the issue of your fleet unavailability that we highlighted earlier on is being addressed. Next slide. So the other issue, we're saying let's deepen the empowerment beyond ownership, and let's then engage your TITA, your SITA, in terms of training and empowering of youth and women in the taxi industry. And let's have proper boards, and then we then proposing a structured incubation to say we need, with all these challenges and with all the gaps that we have identified, perhaps then an incubation program is needed. And that incubation program should also focus on the 6 strategic themes: your institutional capability and professionalism, governance, contract management and compliance, financial sustainability and commercial models, operational excellence and service improvement, leadership skills transfer and human capital, collaboration and continuous learning platforms. So the last slide, Harry. So this is the last slide that we believe that for that incubation to work, we will need operator buy-in. We'll need independent management. We'll need a sustainable business model, and there should be measurable impact. So the incubation framework that we were trying then to develop, it was based on, to be honest, on partnership, that we will need DOT, DTIC, Treasury, SALGA, and operator associations to be on board. And will then, if need be, will also need the buy-in even from other entities or other business entities. And the focus on this incubation, to be honest, one, we were saying there should be a service rendered by the incubator, who's going to then hold these operators by hand, and there will be then different responsibilities. A responsibility that municipalities, these are the things that they should do, and the operators, they must also, there should be responsibilities for them, but monitored by the incubator through the governance structure. And then we were saying even the business models, the options, there should be options on the card or on the ground, like your equity, your rental, your consulting services, and all of that. So these are the things that we would believe that if you can have the incubator in place, rather than having all these different VOCs coming with different things, and it's not helping. For instance, if you go to empowerment in Nelson Mandela Bay, you listen to their definition of empowerment. They will say, no, we just took these guys for a UJ course or VETS course. That's it. But we are saying, no, let's have a standardized, and this issue must then be managed at a governance level, and whereby everyone is participating, So that's what we were thinking, and that's what we believe, that even on this new plan, we should then bring some of these things going forward, to say, rather than taking someone who used to operate his own taxi somewhere, and then all of a sudden you give that person a 12-year contract, you expect that person to run this a negotiated contract, you expect this person to comply with the penalties and all of that, without any proper incubation, without any proper training. We believe that perhaps then maybe it was a step too far, and let's have a program like what we are proposing, and we'll take it from there. We are still going to then to go to the broader stakeholder and engage with them and get more views, on the issues. But from the VOC side, they were happy, and they were also willing to participate going forward. That's the last slide, Harry. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Bonile, for excellent presentation. We can only trust that a lot of operators will join in, and this program will work effectively. Thank you for the presentation. Ladies and gents, we're again going to allow now for questions and comments. I see nice comments coming through on the chat room. I just want to go back to Rashila, who said, what is the rationale behind excluding passenger rail funding from the new consolidated funding approach? So maybe, Cornelia, you guys can comment on that.
Can you repeat the question?
So what is the rationale behind excluding passenger rail funding from the new consolidated funding approach?
Okay. Thanks. First of all, when we were dealing with this, it was very clear that we should look at the road-based, funding pots and consolidate them. And at the same time, I've argued this issue with someone to say, if you look the way we have structured, we were focusing on the government part or government side of the funds that compared to the ones that are being. Oh, in fact, we're looking at the NLTA. Funding pots because if you check PTNG, PTOC, all of those are governed by the NLTA compared to the rail funding that is beyond. That's why the focus was more on road-based. And even when we're engaging with National Treasury, the issue of saying perhaps we need to bring rail on board and then to align this plan with the rail planning and all of that. So those are the things that we are debating. But initially, the instruction was consolidate the road-based, not rail. So, but in our engagement, there is a view that we should then bring rail on board and align the plans with the rail planning and as well as with the assignment of rail to some municipalities. We have to then be clear how that will happen, how that will affect the consolidation. So in our meeting with National Treasury, those are the things that we were dealing with. And even they were even proposing that we have to bring Operation Vulindlela on board so that we can make sure that we consolidate this funding pots and clearly define the roles and responsibilities. Because even though we have to consolidate, but at the end of the day, the roles and responsibilities must be clear. And the question that was asked by Gavin earlier on of saying, where is this consolidation? Because the NLTA is saying the functions must go to municipalities, but you are then now consolidate. How are you going to consolidate a PTOC and the NLT, the PTNG, then and then you bring a rail also on board? So if you look at all these things, they then go back to the issue of assignment to say, perhaps if we can be bold enough and make a statement and assign some of these things and work while you know that it is assigned. This is sort of so's responsibility. So, but the bottom line, the question of consolidation of rail and the question of assignment, those are the things that we are debating even in the theory of change exercise that we had with National Treasury. Thanks.
Thank you, Bonile. Yeah, I see Keith Mitchell making comments about Curitiba and Brisbane. Our mature systems have been fully rolled out with advanced networks and almost no competing operations. So good law enforcement is paramount. And thank you, Helen, for your comments there. We're taking note of that. Ben Maseko, he says, since this research program was initiated before the Grant Reform Initiative, are you going to incorporate the findings to inform the new public transport fund? For example, establishing CMUs in municipalities.
Yes, that's correct. That's what I think I highlighted that to say, because this was started before, but the intention now is to say when we finalize this new plan, we have to incorporate most of these things to the plan so that when we introduce the new services after 3 years, we must make sure that these issues that we were grappling with during this phase are being taken care of. We are going to incorporate some of these into the new plan.
Thank you, Bonile. Anybody else who would like to ask a question or make a comment, you're welcome to unmute so that I can recognize you. It's very interesting, this discussion, seeing that the important balance between making this work and also the value chain in what we are doing in terms of value to the authorities as well as the value to the riders and operators and so on. Lungile, help me out here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My question relates to how the municipalities deal with the BRTs. Based on the reports Bonile has just indicated, it appears as though each municipality is doing what it feels like doing instead of a national approach that is consistent throughout the country. What is the department doing to address that, as well as the issues of governance that have been raised, which should not be happening if there was annual reporting as well? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lungile. What company do you represent?
I am from Bulumko Corporate Law Advisors and Consultants. We are transport law experts.
Thank you, Lungile. Appreciate it. Vanilla Ibrahim, you want to respond?
Ibrahim, I was supposed to respond because I was thinking that perhaps Lungile, as our advisor, is supposed to advise us what to do. Ibrahim, do you want to respond?
I think it's really a small business development challenge, and I think this is where, like, a one size fits all, I know that's been said a lot, doesn't really, but I think the real issue is that how do you go from cash-based informal operations to a medium-sized business with for economies of scale needs to be at least 100 fleet, so it's roughly 300 employees, and with a revenue turnover of at least 200 million plus a year. I think that becomes a challenge, and maybe it must get out of the transport space. Transport advises on the details and the technicalities, but it really is a nuanced business development challenge of the highest order, if that is what is the mandate. Because I mean, I don't know if this is accurate, like take 100 spaza shop vendors and turn them into a little bit of a mini mart chain or something like that, right? So I think that's almost the analogy here. And I mean, do you have a whole lot of very sharp business development practitioners? And I think one of the lessons is to really keep monitoring and keep ensuring everything is transparent, and there's no room for projects to become captured. But I'd like to leave it there and see what the other speakers say in their presentations. Thanks.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Bonile?
Perhaps to go to Keith, it was just a statement from Keith about the maturity. You see, what is the challenge from our side as well is that instead of our services maturing, whereby you see a progress in terms of maturity, that no, they are getting there. You'll find that the maturity will happen in the few VOC whereby you can see that they are getting matured, but others, they are not. They are, you find that at the beginning of services, they were doing better, but 5 years down the line, they are worse than before. So those are the challenges. That's one area that we need to make sure that these small business are being, monitored, mentored, so that they don't, move from, top performer becoming the worst, performing entities. So that's what we have noticed, that it seems as if there are very few that are maturing, others that are digressing. So those are the challenges that we have seen with our VOCs compared to the international ones. Thanks.
Thank you, Bonile. Gavin, you're welcome to unmute.
Thank you, Harry. Bonile, just on the priority interventions on the second slide, the incubation or the structured incubation, I think just maybe briefly just describe, if you can, what the model will look like. In what way will this incubation take place? Is it structured sort of academic courses and practical workshops, or conventions, or and sort of a timeline for this? Because I think it needs to run sort of in parallel with whatever consolidation takes place. So just give us an indication, Bonile, if you have a response on that, it would be appreciated. Thanks.
Thanks, Gavin. To be honest, the way we see it, one, in terms of the roles and responsibilities, this is supposed to be a combination, and not only about training. It should, if, let's say, a VOC is given a contract for 12 years. I'm just making an example here. You've got 12 years. We need this incubation to be with you, let's say, for 4 years, for instance, helping you in terms of training, in terms of technical skill, in terms of advisory, and so that when, after, let's say, after or midway your contract, then you must then, run your service on your own without them, and make, reviews and check if you have managed to learn from them, and all of that. So, but we are talking about it from a combination, is training, is technical capacity, and around management and all of that. So and advisory. So that's why if you look at I think if you go to the slide, I think slide number 11 or so, if you get there, you'll see that we've got something like more like a board of some sort, whereby there are different role players, whereby we're saying SALCA should then be part of that governance. And then if need be, we have to then appoint someone who's going to work with the VOC, during that period, and those people must then be monitored, and all of that. So it's going to be a combination, not only taking people for a short course, and then that's it. There should be refreshers now and again, whereby they must be, attend refresher course. I will say this, Gavin, not because of a lack of respect for the industry. If you look the way industry is operating at the moment, the taxi industry, everything is more informal in terms of operations, in terms of schedule, in terms of everything. There's no computer there. There's nothing, and there's no schedule. Now you are introducing them into a more formal service where there are reports, there are everything. And then you are expecting them to understand that within no space of time. You send them to a short course for 3 days, and then you expect them the following day to be experts on transport matters. If you look at that, it doesn't work. That's why we believe that perhaps then the incubation should be the way to go, whereby it's not like when you are incubated, you are being incubated, the contract is between the government and the incubator. No, no, no. You still your contract, but you still have your contract as operators, but there is this package service that is being provided for you so that it can take you through more especially the first 5 years or so. And then, there should be, like I'm saying, refresher course, they must also understand the corporate side of things, So those are the things that we are looking at, Gavin.
Yeah, thanks, Bonilla. Just maybe just another question, but a comment, or maybe you can maybe respond on this as well. I think there's a current lack of sort of capacity within government as well, and maybe look at how, for the officials that's running these contracts and it's within industry transition planning and whatever, alongside the VOCs or the contractors, to have that same capacitation or a similar capacitation experience, so that that at the same time on government side planning and contracting, that can also be sort of strengthened to give you a holistic side-by-side sort of progress within the space. I think IPTN space is needed. That's my comment, but if you can comment on that, if there's this, maybe that government will also be empowered at the same time, with capacitation and in that space. Our institutions, maybe how we as an institution, government, contribute towards that. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. The plan that we are now developing, the new public transport plan and funding, one issue that is critical, as we are saying, is a prerequisite for the rollout of that plan, is the capacity of municipalities or any institution of government. We're even proposing that we need a central capacity, I've forgotten the term that we are using, that will then be responsible for capacity building across the three spheres of government, because we are realizing that that's a key challenge. And Ibrahim will tell you that one thing that we are observing, if a person doesn't know, that person doesn't know. And you can say whatever, you'll realize that at the end of the day, whatever advice that you have provided will never be, operationalized. So that's why I'm saying, if you check the new plan the draft plan that we're developing, we're saying to the minister, if we want really to make a dent in terms of the increase in passenger numbers and the rollout of the new services after 3 years, we need a dedicated capacity and the oversight structures to be in place to make sure that these services are developed. So I'm trying to say to you, capacity is the key. That's why in the plan is the prerequisite for any government entity going forward, that if there is a task to be done, that you have to demonstrate capacity upfront, and we have to build it. Because if you check in our documents, that's one area that as government we've failed. Because if you check the NLTA, even the frameworks that are being developed, we've been saying that municipalities must be capacitated, which means national government, provincial government must provide capacity to municipalities. But you find that we have been struggling in defining what capacity are we talking about. Is a warm body, or is the skill that we want? So those are the things now that we are venturing into, whereby we are saying, for transport-related operations, these are the things perhaps that we need upfront so that we can deliver. So rest assured, capacity is the prerequisite going forward, Karen. Thanks.
Thank you, Bonile. Appreciate that. Ladies and gents, yes, exciting session. Thank you, Nifa. We're taking note of your comments as well. I think what we should do now is let's move on to the next presentation, and then after that we can again continue our discussions. Our next presenter then is Mr. Anthony Stewart. He's the Chief Executive Officer of WAXT, and he's going to talk about lessons from cashless projects in the minibus industry. Thank you, Anthony.
Thanks, Harry. I just need to share my screen quickly. Entire screen. Okay, Harry, is my screen sharing?
All good, thank you.
Okay, great. Harry, thanks very much for this opportunity, and Ibrahim as well for inviting me. I think this is a fantastic forum where government and industry can come together and debate. Thanks very much for that. As Harry mentioned, my name is Anthony Stewart, and I'm from a company called WAXT, and we focus on also in AFC payments in the transport industry, but not just in minibus taxis, which is my discussion point today, but also in buses, in public transport networks as well, so municipalities, but also for private and subsidized bus companies. And I think more importantly, we also focus on the glue between the two, where in a community, it's not just a bus that gets somebody to work, but a taxi as well. So often having to have one payment method that you can go from a taxi onto a bus, maybe back onto a taxi again. Right. So today my discussion is very much the lessons from the projects that we've done in the minibus taxi industry. I just want to clarify one thing. I'm not finished learning. I've been doing this for a couple of years now, and we carry on learning, and there's new things that we learn every day. The important thing is that for myself and the other players in this, is that we continuously learn and improve our systems to help the industry as a whole. So the first thing that I'm going to just start off with is cashless is the digital layer for the taxi economy. Okay, the transaction is only start. The real value is what the transaction enables. So a lot of people come to me and say, why don't we just go and put a Yoko device into a taxi and our problems are solved? And the device is not, it's not just, the device is not the rollout. Okay, we need to look at obviously the fare collection. Automated payouts is very important to the industry, and I'll talk on that as well. The owners understanding what's happening in their vehicles and driver accountability. From an association perspective, we've got association collections and route controls, and we've also got commuter convenience, and we're going to touch on subsidies and stuff like that as well, which I think is also important. Now, by putting a digital layer into the taxis and stuff, what does this unlock? Okay, and it's a lot of the important things is that we're looking at already where there's fuel rebates with partners like Shell, that if you use the cashless system and you paying out of that cashless system, you can get a fuel rebate on X amount of cents per litre. So using the buying power of the industry to help get money back, but also insurance benefits, if you're knowing where the vehicle is at any particular point in time, how many commuters it's picking up, what is the speed that the taxi is traveling, all of those kind of things. It also brings insurance benefits as well. I'll touch on point 2 a little bit later as well, which is the vehicle finance based on verified income is a massive benefit to the industry. There's various organizations or financial houses out there that lend and help finance taxis, and in some cases it can go to prime plus 19, prime plus 26 type of thing. And you can imagine if you and I were to try and finance our vehicles based on those rates, it would be almost impossible. But if you have insight into what a vehicle is physically doing, you can get better finance rates. Then what this also does is we also see every taxi as a digital hub, okay, where there's a lot of value added services. There's also a lot of merchants around the taxi ranks that can also benefit and work together with the associations to unlock revenue and value. And then the last point of what I have is that with all of this that comes from the transactional side is the mobility data for planning and better policy. So giving all of this data or giving insights across as to what's happening with demand, route adherence, policy, etc. Okay. Harry, if I can also just say, you must just keep me honest with time, pretty please. I love talking about this. I might carry on a little bit long. And if anybody's got any questions, please at any point just scream and shout, and I'll answer as well. Right. Another important point or lesson learned is you cannot digitize what you do not understand. When I first got involved with the taxi industry, I had a ticketing system, and I went and I started off in a small little association in Krugersdorp called Muncieville, and they almost laughed me out of the door when I explained to them how this great ticketing system was going to solve all their problems. And then they explained a whole bunch of things to me about how things actually work. And for 6 months, what we just did is we just did workshops with them to understand all the various scenarios and challenges that they have in the industry. So the first one, as an example, owner and driver cash up culture matters. Okay, daily cash recon is very important. So we have to do payouts every night. For instance, at 8 o'clock, we pay out the owners and the drivers involved. Okay. Now that is an important thing because we might only get our money from let's say if it's credit card transactions, we might only get our monies at like T+1 or T+2 transaction plus 1 or 2 days, basically. So we need to pay out that money on the night, although we're still collecting it from a third party. So for instance, for account-based ticketing with SANRAL, that might be paid out every 7 days. So you might have to hold on or pay out, and there's a massive cash flow requirement for that. Okay. So another important thing is associations and routes shape the behavior. So you can't just often, so we started off at a particular association. We said, let's go and make this rank cashless. And then suddenly you realize that that rank is, although it is dedicated to a particular association, the association's done a partnership deal with another association where every second taxi that comes in there is from another association as well. So getting the association buy-in, the executive buy-in from the association, and understanding what's happening in the association is also an important thing, and where the routes actually go as well. Then I think we've touched on the route licenses. My feeling is that, and I've seen this in the taxi industry, the oversubscription of routes. So an association should have, for instance, 50 licenses, but they allow 70 taxis to operate on that route. That means that when, if there's any financial upswings or downswings, you're trying to spread what a route that should be dedicated to 50 taxis, as an example, is now trying to make 70 taxis survive. And the second pirate taxis come into that equation as well. It's very tough for the taxi owners to manage that when there's suddenly, let's say, I said there's 50 original, 20 that's been authorized by the association, and another 10 that's come in from Pirate. That's 80 taxis that are there. And I've seen how the taxi associations try and do this in a legitimate way. The owners approach the association and say, listen, we've got a problem. The association approaches the municipality and says, municipality, we have a problem. We have these pirate taxis on our route, type of thing. But the problem is that, and we've seen it, and it was mentioned earlier before, that even some of the pirate taxis are run by members in more formal positions. So when you go to complain to them, you're actually complaining to the person who is putting a pirate taxi on your route. And so the associations have gone and try to escalate this up, also up through the various political channels and stuff. And it gets to a point where, because this is not regulated, it's not managed by law properly, that the only way of resolving this sometimes is through conflict. And so the route license, adherence to route license, and the management by government of those licenses and making sure that they're not oversubscribed, I think, is a very important thing. Another thing is that you need to understand that on the ranks, the rank marshals, my next point, influence commuter adoption as well. So the people line up there in the mornings, and the rank marshal runs the taxis coming in, talks to the commuters, etc., etc. So you have to make sure that the rank marshals understand what you're trying to do as well. You need to also understand, and my next point is that the daily income expectations are highly sensitive. You cannot go in and do massive changes in income by introducing massive costs without bringing massive benefit and financial benefit to this as well. A lot of these taxi owners, taxi drivers are operating like on the breadline to make their businesses work. So if you're going to bring in a cashless system, you can't bring in something that is too expensive or is costing too much. Okay. Another thing is that when we think of taxis, we often think of something that just picks up in one part of town and goes to another part of town or down a particular route, and it's not really long distance. But you got to understand the difference between short distance taxis and long distance taxis, and understand there's even different legislation that they operate to. So the long distance taxis take down the commuter's name, surname, mobile number, next of kin's contact details, all kinds of stuff like that. And you've got to make sure that you cater for that and the understanding of that. And the exposure in cash, for instance, in long distance is massive. A 22-seater bus for a trip from Rustenburg to Cape Town can be between 900 to 1,000 Rand per person. So a taxi can have 22,000 Rand on it as it's actually traveling to the Cape, and hence hijackings and robberies are actually quite common in that particular environment. So there's massive benefit for the long distance guys to go cashless. Right. So the big thing is that you can't come in like I did 5, 6, 7 years ago into the taxi industry and assume you understand what's going on. You really have to get an in-depth understanding of what's happening over there. The next thing is that the real project is actually adoption. Okay, you've got to get the owners, the drivers, the commuters, the associations, the merchants, the rank marshals. Everybody has to be on board, and everybody has to get benefit. And whenever we introduce this, I often get, the owners always ask me, will I collect more money? Will I see my money? Will I pay extra tax? Okay, I think the biggest concern that I have from every owner out there is that if I do this and I go on a cashless journey, will the government now see what I'm earning, and take more tax from me, as an example? Okay, when it comes to the drivers, everyone skirts around it, but at the end of the day, the driver's income is made up of what they get from the owner and what they get from SOX money. For the people who don't know what SOX money is that a SOX or Coastgeld is that a portion of the money sometimes gets stuck into the driver's sock, and the owner never really sees that. And that can vary, that the owner loses between 30 to 50% of their income to the SOX money, basically. But you need to understand that if you're going to introduce something and you're going to take away 100% of the SOX money, you are not going to get the level of driver adoption, because you're going to suddenly cut their income as well. The commuters, they want to know, is it easier? Is it safe? Is it trustworthy? Is this just, the commuters have a great name for it. It's called a splash and dash. They've seen a lot of companies come in, they put up a lot of advertising and marketing and everything, and the next weekend there's no sight of them again. Okay, so the commuters want, and it's actually quite interesting. We've done surveys with the commuters where there's 200-300 people lined up, and we do it for different routes. We ask the commuters, go through, do a small survey, and it's in the high 90% of the commuters want to have a cashless system and believe that there will be great benefit for that. From an association perspective, the adoption over there is getting all their members on board, and what the association wants and what the members want is two different things, right? Is that the association will ask the question at the bottom there, will this strengthen my control and my collections? Okay, so we can auto collect the association fees every day. Okay, so for instance, in one of the associations is for, at the end of your second trip, every day you pay 50 Rand to the association. So we can automate that kind of collection. But the owners go, no, I will collect all of that until the end of the week. And if I think this is right, I will pay it across. And some members are in massive arrears, so they don't want to have the thing automated. So it's finding that balance over there between what the association wants and what the members want as well. And the interesting thing is that in most of the associations that we've been involved in, is often you get the executive, which are very strong in controlling the direction of the association, but there's often a member in the association who has a large amount of taxis that is also a role player that you have to go and do an adoption project with, because they might own 30-40% of the taxis that actually make up that association. They don't sit on the executive because they're too busy running their various businesses and stuff, but they play a huge influential role, and they're actually not on this adoption slide actually as well. And then we've also got our merchant networks where people can buy paper tickets for the week or for the day, as an example. And the important thing is that for them, they want to know that can they earn commission for doing those transactions, and will this improve the foot traffic to their various kiosks or spaza shops that they have as well. And I think the important thing here is the approach that we have done is not to go and align ourselves necessarily with like a ShopRite Checkers or something like that. For every implementation that we do, we go to the rank in the morning where the main traffic is, and we'll go and find 5 or 6 merchants around that, and we enable that, and we enable those merchants to make the commission and get the extra foot traffic. And we do the same at the B point rank for where people get picked up at night to come back as well, and enable those merchants around the taxi racks. Okay. So another big thing, obviously, lessons learned, is owners and drivers need economic upside. So and I know it's an obvious statement, but I also explained to the owners that the cashless system is an investment into their business, okay, and they have to invest in their businesses to make them grow. And I use an example of where, for instance, Pep stores. Pep stores, if we went back 20, 30 years ago and said, what was Pep store selling? It was selling primarily just school clothes, okay? And then Pep started expanding their range and started selling more and more until they got to the point where they invested in more digital systems to start selling airtime, not just clothing, but start selling airtime. Then they realized if they're selling airtime, let's upgrade our processes and our systems, etc., to start selling cell phones. Then they started realizing that they're moving stuff between their branches a lot. So let's do a parcel service between the different branches, the PEP branches that they have. Then they started doing more money market related type of activities. And I think most of us know that next year PEP will be opening up or getting their financial services license and opening up a bank. Now, what they did is they invested in their business. And if you turn around and you ask the taxi, the PEP, how much do you make out of school uniforms today? They'll go, that is a small part of where they are today. And the taxi industry has been very much stuck in a particular position where its main focus has been on moving commuters only, where they have this digital hub where they can start doing other value-added products and services, okay? So where we drive with the owners is that we go and say, right, your daily revenue per vehicle, per route, you can have a direct insight into that, okay? Your driver cash up. One of my favorite statements is from an owner in Rustenburg. He had 6 taxis, and at the end of every day, he would run around for an hour to 2 hours to go and find those various taxi drivers to go and collect his cash. And he says it was the most stressful part of the day to know how much money he was going to get, if he was going to find the drivers or not, if they would answer their phones and stuff. And what happened with when we did our pilot there is that the money first came all to the taxi owner, and the taxi drivers then at the end of every day would contact him to do a payout to them. And he says it changed his life. He could sleep better, and he started getting more control over what his business was doing as well. So the driver cash up was an important thing. The automated payouts, so the ability, and this is a trust thing. In the beginning, we just pay out all the money to the owner. The owner then can go and say, I'm going to pay my driver, I'm going to pay my association fees, I'm going to pay my vehicle finance fees, and I'm going to pay my insurance as an example. As you get more and more trust, and you in the system, we can start doing automated payouts to the drivers, automated payout to the associations, and help with vehicle finance, etc. The other thing is obviously the digital proof of income for the owners, helping them become more financeable, and then other value adds, for instance, the fuel rebates, and I'll come back to subsidies a little bit later, insurance products, and more attractive vehicle finance. For the driver's side, okay, we have to put real incentives in place for the cashless. We try and encourage the owners to even put a percentage of every transaction towards the driver as well. So the more commuters the driver picks up, the more money they make, and in such a way supplementing the SOX money that we spoke about. The interesting thing is that the next is the proof of income. There was a survey done, it's probably a little bit old, probably between 5 to 10 years old, the survey, where it worked out that only 4% of taxi drivers own a home. And that's because they live in a cash-only environment. They can't prove their income, therefore they can't go and buy a home, as an example. I'm assuming most of us didn't have enough cash to buy their first car or their first home. So we all went to a bank and said, here's a proof of my income. This is what I can afford on a monthly basis. Help me finance this asset, and let me buy the asset. And it's simple things like this to be financially included that is of benefit to them as well. Then, because they're on the taxi, there is a commission from value-added services, the airtime, the lotto, insurance products, etc., making it simpler and faster to pick up the commuters, and also obviously giving these drivers the various support that they need as well. Okay, this is one of the things that we've done to try and encourage adoption, and we've run promotions at the taxi ranks, where what we do is we go and put a promotion in place both for owners and both for drivers. Okay, where we go and say to the owners and the drivers, for instance, we'll say to the driver, for the first driver to get 750 cashless taps, okay, will get 10,000 Rand. Okay, the owner whose taxi gets that will get 5,000 Rand, as an example. Okay, what this does is it encourages the owners to get their vehicles cashless, so they can also be part of this, and it also gets this type of promotion gets the commuters into tapping and gets the drivers used to accepting the cash stuff. But this is only something to help you initiate. It's only going to be for a month or 2 or 3 that you can run these type of promotions. You can't expect that this is going to be a full-time thing, and the benefits that you give the commuters, the owners, the drivers, etc., must far outweigh the promotional benefits in the long run. Okay, so this is the cashless. Basically turns income into financeable data, and this is where what we can do is we can create an insight. Every taxi gets basically a wallet for the day, and every time a commuter taps, you can see the money going into that wallet. And what we can do is we can take a small percentage of that. Let's say each trip is 25 Rand. We take 5 Rand per trip, and we put that into the finance wallet. What that does is it allows the finance house, okay, to actually see how this taxi is saving for its vehicle finance repayment. And so let's say by the 18th or 19th or 20th of the month, you can see that this taxi has saved its 13 or 15,000 Rand, okay, that can then get paid across to the finance house. And this gives insights into vehicle finance that the finance houses don't traditionally have. They basically run a debit order at the end of the month or try and do a cash collection, and you cross your fingers that the debit order won't bounce. Where this actually is, you get to see the utilization of the asset that you financed, and you can see that it's operating. If it's starting to trend underneath that it's not going to make the finance payment at the end of the month, you can start intervening and assisting, or the association can also intervene and assist by allocating more trips to that taxi to make sure that it's there operating properly as well. Okay, so I think the route performance and operating consistency, I think, is one of the elements. But the reduced cash leakage and stronger records, I think, is a very important part of this, so that the finance companies and the owners and the drivers can see this. The automatic repayment deductions is what I've basically spoken about. And the finance insight into monthly taxi cadence, right, to understand exactly what is the pace at which this is doing. And now what the whole thing is that it's not just the finance of the vehicles, but getting devices in at a cost price, at a lower price, helping with vehicles, tires, maintenance, all kinds of other things like that can be processed through this. And the power of the taxi industry buying power can be used to benefit the taxi industry as well. So instead of buying vehicle, for instance, one of the things that we really love to do is subsidize the cost of fuel. If you know who the commuters are, you know the route that the taxi is going, you know what money is being collected, the kilometers traveled, you should be able to say, for that trip, I can subsidize you 15% of your fuel cost, as an example, and automatically put that in if the vehicle is licensed and registered as part of the whole process, as an example. So there's a lot that comes from this data that we can actually do. Okay. Another big lesson from my side was you design for the rank, not for the boardroom. Okay, and I think it'll come up a little bit later as well. Is you kind of have to build everything for a lot of worst case scenarios, right? Is that we've had to build our systems to cater for load shedding. So knowing that the mobile networks would drop, so you have to be able to do offline capability and fast validation of the transaction. You can't have complex apps with complex flows within the apps to try and do something. You need to give a simple, easily readable app and slowly expose more functionality over time. So what we do, for instance, is we don't go live with airtime and lotto and electricity and all of these things in the taxi straight away. We say, let's first go cashless. Then we'll introduce airtime and lotto and electricity. And then we add more phases on where taxis can start then doing deliveries further down the line and all kinds of stuff. But if you start off with all of that, it's quite overwhelming as well. There's things out there that that you might think you understand the transport industry, but there's the first world transport industry, and then there's what's happened in South Africa and Africa. You never see two, for instance, buses in London where one bus breaks down, another bus pulls up, and the two conductors are negotiating on a fair price to transport the passengers the rest of the way. And these are the kinds of things that we've had to do, is that if a taxi breaks down, how is it that we transfer cash from one taxi to another taxi that might not be part of the cashless program, and handle those kind of swaps and breakdowns, and opening up cash to be able to pay for a breakdown, because you might need to do something right there and there to sort it out. I've spoken earlier on about the distance, the difference between the long and short distance travel. There has to be a very strong management around refunds, disputes, and failed taps, as an example. What happens when a commuter is trying to tap, and they can't get on, and it happens to be because they've got insufficient funds or something like that, but they are insistent that there is funds on their credit card or debit card or SASSA card. How is it that is handled? And then obviously from a device perspective, it's replacing devices out there if they get broken. So we do a hot swap on those, having a support desk in place, and escalating if there are any issues, having people on the ground with, not in traditional vehicles, but more like on motorbikes, so they can get to a taxi. We monitor devices if they go down, and get there straight away to support the taxi driver and owner accordingly. Okay. Now, what we've done, and I've got a much bigger diagram on this, I just summarized it into this slide, is there's an ecosystem in which everybody is involved, and everybody in that ecosystem must benefit for a cashless system to work. So it must be the owner that gets their benefits, and we've spoken about that, the driver and their incentives, associations must get benefits, the commuters must get benefit, the merchants must, but the government must also see benefit in this, be able to get their verified trip data, their targeted subsidies, reducing leakage. The financing company must get their insights as well. The fuel companies, the AFC providers like ourselves, need to make our little penny in the middle. The rank marshals, we even give them a small payment as well. This needs to link into subsidies, and then obviously the larger data side. But it's everybody needs to win in this. If you're going to create a product or a cashless system in which one particular party is being disadvantaged and is not getting benefit, then this will not take hold. Okay. Another big lesson from my side is that the taxi industry operates at its own pace, right? So when I went in, I first went in with project managers and business analysts and all kinds of stuff like that, just to go in and to meet for a taxi meeting to find out that there was an accident somewhere, okay? And the entire exec are now involved in going, and because someone was hurt badly in the accident, the entire exec might not be available for a meeting, as an example. So often you get bursts of action and then wait, okay? The rank sets the rhythm. You cannot expect to do anything in the morning rush and the evening rush hours. Basically, the daily operations always come first. So if you're going to do anything, you do it in the middle of the day when the taxis are available, and even then they might be sent out to do some kind of other transport things. So you need to plan that as well. The other thing is that you can't just come in with a cashless system and expect everybody to adopt it. Okay, a lot of trust and approvals take time. We've got, for instance, in Springs, we've got great support from the executive over there, from the association leaders, getting the drivers involved, the marshals. You need all of this buy-in before you get momentum. I think I mentioned that the vehicle access is unpredictable. So, we want to get the devices in there. We want to train the drivers. We want to brand the vehicles. but it's you can plan for 15 taxis in the day, and only four will actually be available, type of thing. And we've done all kinds of stuff by putting, for instance, driver meals in place. So when the drivers come, they get a meal, and while they're eating the meal, our guys sit with them and train them up and all kinds of things. So what this comes down to is there's a corporate timeline that doesn't fit. So when I sit in with my shareholders and I give the guys feedback, they go and say, right, so what is the date that you are going to have 100 taxis loaded? And it's like, okay, it's more of a range. It's never like a deadline that we operate in. So it's a range of times that we go for. So you need to design for patience and flexibility, because there's a lot that goes on in the taxi industry that you need to do. So you need to have the flexible milestones. You need to have on the ground people who are at the associations and work with associations and are at the taxi recs as well. Okay, and Harry, that's just my summary slide of everything that I went through. I think that's the end of my chat.
Thank you so much, Anthony. It's a great presentation, and we've learned a lot here. Thank you so much. Very interesting. Yeah, Helen, I see your hand is up, so maybe you can kick off with a question.
Thanks, thanks, Harry, and thank you, Anthony. That was a really interesting presentation, and I do appreciate the attention to understanding the industry as it works. I mean, a very varied industry with many different operational models. I think something that has come up quite a lot, and I think will come up, is this question of risk, and often this question of taking on risk or managing risk or shifting risk. And I think it's really important to understand that risk is understood in very different ways by different parties. So the way the taxi, if you transfer risk from the industry onto the state, for example, they'll experience that risk in a very different way. It's not a one-to-one transference of risk. And I think something that, you've spoken about vehicle financing quite a lot. And I think something that has always been missing for me is there seems to be so little engagement with the actual financiers. I spent some time at a sort of large taxi industry lender last year. And I having worked sort of with taxi industry stuff for sort of 10 years now, I was like completely taken aback at how it works, how risk is managed. And I think that there's a huge amount of opportunity for the state in particular to work with the financiers and leverage some of the leverage that they have. Because at the moment, like, government is always talking about sort of these more consolidated association models, which will enhance the ability of financing. But the financiers themselves are managing risk at an incredibly individual level. So they're treating all taxi owners as individuals, and often just kind of these big I think we all know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to name names, but a kind of a monopoly lender to the industry. They offer, you don't have to have a credit score to lend with them, and so they manage the risk through huge interest rates. And then they do debt relief, which, I met a taxi operator who's been paying off a vehicle since 2012 and still hasn't managed to pay it off. And I think there's a huge amount of opportunity to really bring the financiers into this process, because it's often like the financiers are just working completely in parallel with these things. So it's really nice to see sort of a private sector actor coming in and actually talking to us here. But I don't know if maybe this isn't even a question for Anthony, but has there been any attempt to engage with these private financiers, rather than just being like, we need to make these people bankable, we need to make finance affordable, let's sort of step into the gap rather than actually working with the financiers? I don't know if anyone has anything to say to that question.
Yeah, I can comment on that. We have looked at working with some of the finance houses and doing projects with them in this regard. I feel that in those particular meetings, we've been very much, I've been representing the taxi industry, even though I'm a supplier to the taxi industry. And one of the things that I've said is that if we give so much insight into the collection of funds, and as a financer, it's almost like standing at the till, and every time a customer comes up and pays 10 Rand at the till, you get to take your 2 Rand as an example, then surely your risk is far more mitigated than before. And what you can then do is bring down those interest rates and make it far more attractive to the person to then finance their vehicle. And then by putting this cashless in, the finance company can also see exactly that cadence that I was talking about. Is this taxi a financeable thing? I know what the finance companies have also done, Helen, is just to also go and put that risk onto the association. So they'll go and say, as an association, we'll finance these taxis, but we'll tell you if somebody's not going to make up their vehicle payment. And the association is then responsible for it. And what they do is this, like I mentioned earlier, the association might say then, right, let's give priority to that taxi so it gets more trips in so that the owner can afford to pay their vehicle repayment. But my feeling is that the vehicle repayment costs are too high because of the existing risk profile of working with cash. And unless we go towards a cashless environment where we can start understanding the data, we're going to stay with those kind of finance models.
Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, let's go to Peter Gray. Sorry, guys, we need to catch up with time here. Peter Gray, I think you've got 2 questions.
Thanks, Harry, and thanks, Anthony, for the presentation. Very well received, and very happy to see the level of entrepreneurship coming from the private sector and the potential for the taxi industry. Look, I've got 2 questions. The one is around previous cashless projects that have been tried and failed over the last decade. And my understanding is that this is mainly because of driver adoption. You did touch on that in your presentation, because of the daily targets that are set by the operators and general mistrust between drivers and operators around earnings in a context of oversaturation of the market. My question is, my first question is, do you think it's possible to overcome this at scale, given that this is the prevailing business model within the sector? And then on the second question is, we're seeing a lot of private sector interest, and there's good reasons for that, and it's obviously well received. But is there a risk that we have lots of different private sector cashless technology emerging with different fare products that aren't compatible with either each other, and B, not compatible with existing formal public transport systems which have separate AFC technology? Obviously we want to make sure that cashless systems not only work for the association or drivers and operators that adopt them, but also are in the longer term can be integrated with each other and with other modes. So do you think this is a risk, and what are your thoughts on how to overcome this risk? Thanks.
Okay, so just on your first question is on the adoption and adopting on scale, do I think it is possible? My answer to that is yes. That's why I founded WAXT in the first place, was to focus on the taxi industry and to do this. And, I started off with a lot of different adoption methods, starting off at the top executive in the country, as an example, going to provincial level, going to association level, and then also talking to owners and then talking to drivers, right? And I realized that there's lots of different politics amongst the different levels of what's going on there, and you almost need an adoption approach for every single level in the structure. And so what we have done is we've gone and we've got adoption programs from the top down and adoption programs from the bottom up. So an owner or a driver who wants to go cashless can, for instance, they don't have to follow the formal structures. They can go and download an app onto their phone and turn their phone into a device that can accept debit card, credit cards, and even the account-based ticketing card. Even though it doesn't have a PSAM in it, it can accept a card from Sanrail's account-based ticketing system, as an example. So, and then what we've done is we've integrated with, and I think this is the responsibility of all the AFC providers in the taxi industry, is that they need to integrate into parties who help with this cross-platform integration, right? Is that we shouldn't be creating products and services or fare products that can only work in one particular association. It should be something that goes across all of the various industries. So I think that driver adoption is one of our biggest challenges, and we have to work with them on a day-to-day basis to get the benefits so that they can get the money that they have, but also make more money. So the driver adoption is important. And like I said, I think we have adoption programs on all the levels. So it's not just getting the drivers on board. We have a driver program, we have an owner program, we have an association program, and we have something that sits on the national and provincial levels, working with everyone. So you've got to tackle this from all the angles that you can, and get it to stick accordingly. Get the association buy-in. You can get like I said, you can get the association buy-in, and you can get 90% of the owners buy-in, but that's still not enough. There's 10% of the owners who can just dig in their heels and say, this is not going to happen. So, but I think in those particular cases, what we've also said is that not all the association has to buy in. If you want to stick and still go cashless, go and still accept cash, go and do that. But allow the taxis who want to go cashless to accept cashless commuters, allow them to tap. And so I believe that over time, and it's, you can see these studies from Visa and MasterCard with the adoption of card, is they have this like wave effect of where adoption goes, is that they'll put a device down at a merchant, and they'll see how putting one device down at a merchant that can accept cash, merchants around that also start accepting cards, sorry, not cash, type of thing. And so in the same way, we just have to get a handful of owners and drivers to accept this, and then to see the benefits. And as the other owners and drivers can see those benefits, to get the adoption over time. I don't think this is in any way, you're not going to flip a switch and suddenly go cashless. This is going to be something that we are driving consistently over time, with like particular associations to get the adoption to happen. It's not going to just happen straight away. The second question was, I think, with regards to the AFC providers. I'm a very big fan of the AFC providers in the cashless and the taxi industry, because I think any successes from them will makes my job easier, right? But the danger has been, as you mentioned, is that in the last 10, 15 years, there's been various taxi implementations that have failed, and there's been reasons for that. And one of the nice things that happened is in that 6-month period that I told you about, is that when I got to learn about the taxi industry, I got exposed to a lot of interesting people, and they gave me almost all the post-mortem information of the projects that had tried to go cashless, and the various reasons why they failed, from driver blocking stuff to cash outs maybe happening once or once a week or once every 2 weeks, to not, for instance, integrating to fuel, right? So going cashless and then telling the driver, and the driver goes, okay, now I don't have any cash. How am I going to pay for fuel? Okay, and then suddenly going, oh shucks, we need to give paper vouchers for fuel or something like that, and that's why those systems maybe fell over. Or the fact that they haven't got any ways of these taxis, for instance, from Springs come to Joburg, they'll go through toll gates. They need to be able to pay for those toll fees, but if you're cashless, how are you going to pay for that toll fee? How do you get access to that money that's in your wallet that allows you to pay? So it's understanding, and I think that was the first thing, is understanding the ecosystem, understanding. I think it was great that there were a lot of players before us that got involved that failed, because I got to learn from their mistakes and putting that in. And then the last thing is that the danger of having multiple AFC providers or cashless systems in the ecosystem is, I think, I'm a big fan, actually, and I might get a rap on the knuckles from someone for it, but to have a central account-based ticketing system that not necessarily run by the government, but that is available, that all providers should integrate with, so that anybody who wants to travel across associations or modes of transport can use a single form of ticket to or fare media to pay for that, basically. So I am a fan of something like that, but I do believe that all the payment companies should have a level of integration as well into common platforms to allow people to transfer between different payment areas or AFC solutions. Yeah.
Thank you, Anthony. I see we've got a lot of hands up there. Ida and Virgie. Ibram, you came in. Maybe let's take quickly, Ibram, if you got a comment there.
Hi, Harry. Thanks. I think you're welcome to
let the discussion flow if you can somehow squeeze. We won't need too much time at the end. Just by way of confession, like over the years, this has always been a cyclical hard nut to a hard challenge in terms of, but the reason why I picked the outside speakers is because in my discussions over the last year, like they were able to answer the question, what about the drivers? You know, and not just a tick box thing, but they had thought through it. And that's, I think, where I very much appreciate Anthony's detailed flow of multi-stakeholder promotion, adoption, incentives, etc. Just one quick one, Anthony, before and let the others come in. Ultimately, like from the IPTN side, to bring it back there, you know, AFC, you heard me make that point before. There've been some insane costings and insane rollouts. So from an industry perspective, okay, let's just assume there's, let's say in theory, limited government support, but although there might even be benefits for government to invest in terms of data, etc., under the NLTA. But as a worst case, limited government support, can this multi-adoption model, and I appreciate the fact that you say, you know, even within an association or a route, you don't have to force everyone. You can start building it up organically, which is also another, because I think previous AFC rollouts, cities or private sector, kind of, besides the driver challenge, is always like, can you have multiple options on the same route? But in terms of the cost discipline, so, you know, do you think as a worst case scenario, this starts to have a win-win for, obviously, for the suppliers, the merchants if they're loading, for the drivers and owners? Surely say, because I know we have some treasury colleagues also listening, you know, in terms of actually being an IT digitization process that ultimately pays for itself, you know, and still gives everybody the benefits. Over to you. Thanks.
Yeah, look, you know, I think I was in a workshop with you a couple of weeks back, Ibrahim, and I stuck up my hand, and you know, one of the presentations that was there was the cost of the AFC implementations across the various municipalities in the country, and the astronomical costs of those implementations. And I stuck up my hand and I said, you know, there's an elephant in the room, and I'm one of those elephants, right, that have in the past charged too much. And, you know, I came in very much into the industry going like, you know, okay, there's an AFC project as an example, and the budget for this project X amount of million. So you go in and you tender like just below the budget or a little bit lower to make yourself competitive type of thing. And, you know, where we've gone over time is that we've evolved to more of mobility as a service, where you don't need to, and the thing is that if you offer a service to a single municipality and you bundle all of that in, that municipality has to carry that entire cost, or the business needs to carry that entire cost. So I've often told the guys is that whether I run one bus or whether I run 1,000 buses, the cost of the IT is more or less the same. Yes, my cloud costs go up and all kinds of stuff like that, but in general, the cost is the same. So for me, the first prize in this would be to go and say, you know, mobility as a service, there's a central database in which municipalities, public transport operators, private entities can come in and select basic operating models that they want and select the services that they want. And the cost of all of that is spread across multiple municipalities, multiple businesses, et cetera, bringing down that and, you know, introducing that more mobility as a service and dramatically bringing down the cost, right? So I often say to my guys is that, like, listen, that they ask me for a feature and I go, I'm happy to build that feature for you. And I said, that feature is going to cost you 1/10 of what it cost me to build it, because I said, I'm going to take that feature and I'm going to sell it 3 times over as an example. And they're excited about that because I can offer them new features at a fraction of the cost, but I'm offering that same feature to my other customers as well. So I'll use EMV or credit cards as an example. Is that you can now decide that you want to implement EMV on your service. It's actually just a small monthly fee that you pay, and it's a transactional fee because the EMV costs, the banks and the Visa, MasterCard are charging fees for it. So you just go and tick a box and your devices are automatically enabled to accept that. There's not this massive rollout and all kinds of stuff. So I think, also one of the things I'd like to say is that where AFC systems were 10 years ago, even where they were 5 years ago compared to where they are today, is massively different. Okay, my phone, the software that this phone runs is the same software that runs on the buses. Okay, and this little device is powerful enough to do everything that needs to be done and link up to the cloud and process the transactions. We're no longer in a world where you need to pay 80,000 Rand for an AFC device or 40,000 Rand for something to go onto a taxi or something like that. It can be a cheap cell phone that is Android 12 or higher with an NFC reader on it, and that can enable the adoption of cashless. So I think the technology with mobility as a service, I think the costs are dropping through the floor. I think the hardware costs are dropping through the floor. It's now everything for me is in place for going now for the softer things to get the adoption in place. It's not these hard financial issues and hardware and stuff like that and technology that is a limiting factor anymore. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Anthony. We must manage our time carefully here. We've got 4 minutes left, and we've got Peter's presentation. Ida, have you got a short question for us? Ida Tembani, you can unmute.
Oh, thank you so much. I just wanted to check with the presenter. He spoke about the fact that with the drivers, for them to buy in, there is an incentive that is built into getting them to buy into the program around owners offering the drivers that if they bring in more customers, then they get a percentage or something of the funds back. But I wanted to check in terms of that. Have you looked at that vis-a-vis the safety? Because the more the drivers try to run, and I think if you've done your research and you understand it very well, the way that the industry operates is that the drivers they're stuck in traffic and they're trying to make more runs in order to make more money. Obviously, some of that money goes into their sock money, and that is the sock money that actually fuels their lifestyle and also supplements their income. So if you are going to be offering that they get more customers within a constrained transport network, then it's going to be problematic. Then it means that, especially with the high accident rates that we have, especially with taxis, are we not encouraging drivers to drive even more recklessly in a public transport network that is already constrained? Yeah. And maybe can you look at offering better incentives rather than maybe getting a percentage back from the sales that they've already done, or other ways to make the money back, the sock money, instead of trying to increase the numbers?
Yeah, I think so. Just to clarify what I was saying with increasing the numbers, if you go cashless, the driver is losing 80-90% of their SOX money, right? So then they're no longer going to have that money. So what I'm saying is that, and also you must remember, taxis in the day make their most money in the morning run and in the evening run. So in the morning, a taxi can do 3-4 trips as an example. And those 3-4 trips are not going to change. Same with the 3-4 trips at night type of thing. So that's not necessarily going to change. But if you make all of that cashless, then you acknowledge the importance of the SOX money to the drivers. If you make that cashless, they're not going to get their SOX money. So what my intention is to say, give a percentage of the money that the taxi owns back to the driver so that they are supplementing their SOX money. So it's not about yes, but it's it's also in that thing that if the driver can get back and come and do a 5th or 6th trip type of thing, then that's great. And go wandering through the day, because you'll see like taxis will get to, like, let's say 9 o'clock, do absolutely nothing until 3:30 as an example. There's no incentive for that driver to go out and go and find more people to give lifts to. There's the launching of the commuter apps allows commuters to say, I'm here in this neighborhood and I need a lift to a supermarket. Those taxis are nowhere to be found. They're all now sitting at a rank or on the side of the road, or at a supermarket or whatever it is, waiting for the evening rush type of thing. So this is more around the supplementing of the Coast Guard, and definitely, and if I can also just say, the nice thing about being South African based and where we are is that any ideas, any methods, or every time the owners, drivers come up with new ideas and say, can you do this? We then run away, go and build that and implement it. So if there's better ways of which we can supplement the SOX money, the SOX should be supplemented through a percentage of the income potentially, and through the selling of airtime, lotto, insurance. And even, I'd love to be able to enable, for instance, can you imagine a taxi, if they already have a cashless device like this, they have a deal with Take-A-Lot as an example, and drive to Take-A-Lot, put a magnet sticker on the side that says Take-A-Lot deliveries, pack the taxi to the roof with parcels. They can use the device to scan all of the parcels, that tells them where to take all the things to. They drive and they go and deliver those parcels. You can imagine how you have a fleet of, Ibrahim at all the numbers, but let's say 150,000 taxis out there between 9 and 3 o'clock can go and deliver stuff for Take-A-Lot as an example, or Amazon, whoever, at a fraction of the cost that what their current delivery costs are right now, type of thing, because that vehicle's primary costs are really paid for in the morning and in the evening. And so the driver can also make more money during the day by doing these deliveries, type of thing. So I'm very much about finding other ways, and about making the drivers and the owners more money. Okay.
Thank you, Anthony, for that wisdom. We appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, Vuji, can I ask you to ask your question after Peter's presentation, please, so that we can move on. So my apologies, Vuji. You can ask your question after Peter's presentation. Thank you for that. Thank you for understanding.
Thanks, Peter.
Ladies and gents, just have a look here at our program where we are. So our next presenter then will be Mr. Peter Gray. He's the consulting manager at Pegasus. Very interesting presentation, 2 proposed business models for incorporating the taxi industry into the formal public transport services. Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just trying to share my screen. Oopsie, wrong button. Let me know if it is coming through.
It's coming through. It's not there. Almost at your slide view.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Peter.
We're good. Okay. Cool. Thanks to you, Harry, and to NDOT for hosting the session. I think it's great that we are having these conversations. There's clearly a lot going on in the sector, both with the reform of the grant and with progress being made in looking at ways to progressively formalize the sector. We've come a long way in the last 10 years from focusing mainly on trying to improve our bus systems and implement bus systems and largely replace MBTs, to shifting to try and improve the service quality and formalize them. So it is quite exciting, and thanks to the previous speakers, and I'm looking forward to taking you through some of our thinking. I'm going to talk about pathways to MBT reform and de-risking, and also look at some business models for integration with formal systems, and put forward a proposal for a roadmap for discussion to the group. Just firstly, a little bit about Pegasus. We are a strategy and management consultancy. We work across different spheres of government, from local to provincial to national, as well as with public transport operators directly. And we provide a wide range of consulting services in the public transport space, from business strategy and planning all the way through to implementation, operational oversight and evaluation. We work a lot with predominantly with the public sector, and we have a good understanding of how processes and thinking works in government, which is obviously helpful in that working with in the government sector is primarily aiming to reform the MBT sector. And we are not just not only working in South Africa, we also have clients and partners across Africa, in Europe and the Middle East and beyond. More specifically in the minibus taxi sector, we're working in the policy strategy and reform space, looking at de-risking the sector, which is well aligned to the new direction of the grant, which we heard about earlier, including institutional, commercial, and governance. We work directly with the taxi industry particularly around corporate governance and also business development and commercial models. We're involved in technology and operations, infrastructure and service integration, as well as capacity building and industry development within the sector. So yeah, I think we're well positioned to share some thoughts on our experiences and thinking around the future. We're very excited around the future for reform in the sector. The time it's never been a better time for it. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about the sector, a little bit about the sector, which I'll go quite quickly through because I think it'll be familiar to most of the audience. I'm going to look a little bit at what previous reform attempts have, what lessons we've learned from those. A short overview of NDOT's new public transport plan, which they touched on earlier, and then looking at pathways to reform and operational and business models for integration. And then I'll just conclude with expected benefits and some thoughts on the way forward. So starting with the context and structural challenges, we know that the mode share of MBTs is the dominant public transport mode. The information on here is from the National Household Travel Survey. It is quite outdated, being from 2020, but this is the latest survey information that we have, noting that it's before COVID and things have shifted a little. But I think that the predominant proportion of ridership still is heavily within the taxi space, and you can see that the mode share has actually increased from 2003 to 2013 to 2020, despite very little public investment in the sector, almost none, in fact, compared to the investment in other modes, in both public investment in formal bus systems and rail, which is an indicator in itself. The taxi sector is a very flexible and convenient mode, which is used by South Africans across the country for those reasons. Rail obviously has picked up in the last few years, which is encouraging, but still remains underutilized. So that's the mode share, which I think many of us are familiar with. And then looking at the funding split, this is also in the same year, so in 2020-21, which has changed, but not significantly from a proportional level, and is still relevant. Obviously, it's now being reformed as we heard, but the funding split, comparing it to taxi, bus, and train, we have obviously rail getting the significant share of operating and capital subsidy, around 17 billion. PT&G, IPTN systems around 6.5 billion in 2020-21 financial year, and PTOG legacy bus systems around 7 billion countrywide. So it's clear that the split, and then the taxi recap program around 500 million, which is the tiniest sliver of the pie, and there's no operational support provided to the taxi industry. What this tells us is that if improving the quality of MBTs and safety elements, if we're able to get it right, and we haven't yet to date, and there's reasons for that, which we'll go into, that would represent one of the highest value use of public transport funds. And in our fiscally constrained environment, which is more fiscally constrained now than ever before, value for money is very important. And we know that 80% mode share is around 10 to 15 million daily passengers, zero operating subsidy per passenger trip. And if we look at some of our formal systems, we're spending anywhere between 30 and 100 Rand per passenger trip on some of our bus systems across the country. So there's a huge disparity, which we are very much aware of. The point is that if we are able to design in the medium to long term, a subsidy framework for the minibus taxi industry that is effective, it will represent significant value for money in comparison in particular to the bus modes. Some structural challenges in the industry. The business model and level of competition is the first one. We have unmanaged competition and oversupply, which as we know, drive fare chasing and reckless driving. And one of the speakers touched on that earlier on. We know that drivers only earn after meeting their daily targets, which is a big factor. And route disputes and oversupply fuel ongoing violence and instability. And part of the reasons for that is that associations are incentivized to bring on additional operators, and that results in oversupply, and it's kind of a bit of a cycle of an unhealthy cycle, which until we're able to change the business model will continue. And so treating the symptoms of the business model which is largely the approach that's been followed in some respects, and we'll touch on that, is unlikely to address the root causes. We have a high level of informality and illegality. A high proportion of MBT vehicles operate illegally. I think the stats earlier cited were between 30 and 50% nationally, which is crazy. But it's because of the business model encouraging oversupply, and also because of backlogs in processing applications. And in some instances, our public transport interchanges don't have the capacity to support the level of supply, and therefore municipalities are not able and provinces are not able to approve operating licenses, which is a big problem, particularly in Cape Town. So even where there is demand, we're not able to, in some cases, issue operating licenses, which is obviously having a very detrimental impact on operators who are providing a very valuable service to the public that are dependent on MBTs. The current, very fragmented, informal setup makes it very difficult for government to contract with associations and to support the industry, and it's very difficult to put in place subsidies to improve performance if there isn't a company set up to contract with, and there isn't reliable monitoring data and performance and tools to assess performance, which make it possible to support the industry. So that's one of the biggest challenges that we have. And then we touched on Anthony touched on some of the limitations around cash-based operations. It obviously limits data availability and regulatory oversight, but it also prevents access to affordable vehicle finance, insurance, and all of the things that formal companies are able to access because they can prove their revenue because it's all digital and recorded. Because of the fragmentation, we also have decentralized ownership, and which limits bargaining power on fuel and finance and insurance. That's also was touched on. And the finance costs we know are, as a result, disproportionately high. So many structural challenges within the industry, and it's important to understand them because any program of reform needs to address the root causes progressively. So just building on some lessons from previous reform efforts, looking at what has been done before and what are some of the lessons we can learn from them. We've been trying to transform the MBT industry for some time, and there's been at the top bar of the slide is the planning, regulation, and enforcement functions that government plays, which is around regulating the supply of operating licenses and law enforcement as well, which is obviously important in the taxi industry. It's often regarded as a lawless sector, and there's been obviously varying levels of success there across South Africa. I would argue that enforcement is obviously critically important, but it doesn't necessarily address the root causes. So we need to also be thinking about how we, in parallel with enforcement, what are the other things we're doing to progressively transform the sector. The taxi recap program we've also touched on. Operators can replace old and unfit vehicles with new road-ready ones. There are, I think, many issues with the TRP program in its current form, and we'll touch on that in a few slides' time. And then our IPTN networks, which has been the predominant focus for the last, since 2010. And that's the formation of companies to provide BRT services, which we've been focused on extensively over the last period. And as I mentioned, these all have a vital role to play in transformation, but not all of them are. We need to address all the root issues in the industry and need a program that is designed to do that, we would argue. I put that little picture of the Rubik's Cube on the top right because I think we all know this is a very tricky space to get it right. There's many things that can be done, and it's great that we're trying and testing different approaches. And we are doing that. We have to do that in order to see what works and what doesn't work because of the complexity of the sector. Some of the programs that have been done, which are noteworthy to mention, is the Blue Dot incentive program in the Western Cape, which was provided incentives to operators and drivers to incentivize improvements in driving performance, and also was accompanied by company formation and corporate governance to formalize the sector. There has been the taxi operating company model in 7th Avenue, which achieved efficiencies through pooling revenue and collective management and scheduling, which showed that we are able to, under the right conditions, we're able to significantly reduce operating costs. In that case, there's a significant oversupply, and routes are fairly short, and the association was ready for that, but it hasn't been continued. I think it never obtained funding. It clearly requires the right conditions for scalability, and scalability we'll touch on in a few points in the presentation, because that is really, we need to find solutions that are scalable across the sector and across South Africa. Moja Cruise in eThekwini is a similar program to Blue Dot, also aimed at improving driving behavior. And then in Rustenburg, I think there's been some exciting progress there around contracting MBTs to provide services aligned to a specific set of standards. So these are all things we can learn from and should be learning from in how we design and plan for future reform initiatives. Some just lessons that I want to touch on. The first one is that, and I've mentioned it already, that enforcement by itself is not going to solve the structural problems that cause these issues. So while it's important, it needs to be accompanied by other reforms. We know that we cannot replace MBTs. They are very cost effective, as there's no operating subsidy at all, and as a result they have many challenges. But it's still in a fiscally constrained environment, especially with our land use patterns in South Africa. The MBTs represent excellent value for money. We need to find ways to improve the quality of services and improve affordability for passengers as well through MBTs. We know that it's been tried and tested, the IPTN full replacement model. We cannot scale that model. Technology alone is not the solution, we argue, and I made this point in Anthony's presentation. Previous cashless payment solutions have had very strong private sector interest, which is great, and technology is getting cheaper and cheaper, which is also great. But we haven't yet seen a cashless payment project scale. And clearly, as we discussed, the driver adoption is one of the biggest issues and most challenging to overcome because of the prevailing business model. And we hope to see progress in the space, but we haven't yet to date. And then reforms must be practical, scalable, and built on solid foundations. One of the things that we've observed from some projects is that if you try to radically shift the business model in one go, it's very difficult, and we haven't really succeeded at scale with those attempts. A second insight is that vehicle renewal in isolation, it doesn't address structural challenges, and the costs of this program relative to the vehicles renewed is a cause for concern, given our fiscal constraints and the need for value for money. I did want to touch on this because I was quite alarmed by this graphic that was shared earlier on. Very few numbers of vehicles being scrapped, and there's reasons for that. But one has to look at how much money are we spending on this, and does it represent good value for money with our fiscal constraints, and are there other reform initiatives in the taxi sector which would represent better value for money? I think these are the questions that we need to be asking ourselves in this kind of grant reform process that we're currently underway with. And then looking at NDOT's plan, as we mentioned, it's exciting. We now have the mandate and opportunity to reform the MBT sector. That's clearly where the focus is. If we had these discussions 5 or 10 years ago, we'd all be talking about how to improve bus systems, and now we're talking about how to improve the taxi sector, which is fantastic. The grant's being consolidated. I'm not going to go over that again. The focus is shifting from infrastructure-led investment to operations-led and performance-linked delivery and value for money, with a much greater focus on passenger outcomes and existing services. I think worth noting, if one looks at the Division of Revenue Act, there's been a significant reduction in PT&G in the MTEF period. I think it's around 2 billion per year in real terms, and it just shows that we have to focus on low value for money interventions that have high impact. So this value for money question comes up again and again through the presentation. Exciting to see that MBT reform is expressly and explicitly prioritized and recognized as one of the higher value for money interventions. And there's a proposal that a dedicated funding source is put in place for de-risking the sector. My understanding from statements made by the minister is that there's consideration being given to both an operating subsidy and a capital subsidy once this dedicated funding comes into play, which I think is only in 29-30 financial year, and that on the operational side it would be performance linked to route compliance, safety and service standards to try to shift away from the prevailing fare chasing behavior business model, and that we need to find ways to progressively integrate MBTs into our formal systems. And obviously the tech becomes crucial for the administration of any operational support for monitoring and compliance and adherence to standards, as we touched on, which currently isn't in place. And then there's the capital subsidy piece, which is around lowering vehicle finance costs for operators, de-risking the sector, and trying to incentivize a greater level of formalization and collectivization through transport operating entities. And now, I guess the strategic direction is clear, but how do we get there is the first question that comes to mind. And so some thoughts on a pathway to reform, which tries to address the structural causes that we touched on as kind of a comprehensive program rather than an isolated intervention. And so some of the principles that we think are important for reform, we firstly must understand the economics driving poor outcomes. This is the structural causes before we can design interventions. We must find ways to leverage the industry strengths. They are, as mentioned, there's a reasons why they've outcompeted many of the other modes. They are very flexible. They have wide geographic reach. They have smaller vehicles, which allows them to operate in both high demand and low demand areas, and there's almost very low cost per passenger, particularly on the shorter routes where they have they can turn around and do multiple trips. So how do we find ways to leverage the strengths? The provision of last mile home, feeder and distribution services is an obvious way and for that we believe that we have to work with existing structures, with the driver, operator, and association, the current business model, and try to shift it incrementally. We think that radical shifts will be very difficult. They may be successful in pockets, but to scale them will be challenging. We need to also solve regulatory issues. This was touched on at the beginning, and given the level of illegality and issues on the regulation side, this is also must be a key focus. There's many issues that operators experience as a result. We believe that we have to build foundations first, data and monitoring before subsidies can be introduced. I think we have to accept that a formalization is a long game. We have to build on small gains over time. There's no magic wand here to resolve all these issues in a short space of time. And we have to work with the industry. Previous projects have shown that we have to bring the industry on board. The industry have a much better understanding of the issues that they're facing, and the solutions we propose need to be accepted by the industry. So it's clear that, and I think there is increasing collaboration and engagement within the taxi industry, which is great to see. And then the last one links to the earlier point, no subsidy without accountability. We need to be able to verify performance through emerging technological systems. So these are some of the principles, and then what are the levers for reform? What are the range of interventions that are available to government in consultation with the industry to reform the sector? And I'll go through them fairly quickly. And there's a lot of things that we can do. On the regulatory side, we do need to address the backlogs. There are things around, proposals around branding vehicles to make them identifiable, introducing telemetry devices and tracking devices, driver registration, which is currently not in place, and a number of regulatory gaps, which is clearly in the government domain to address. On the planning and data side, we need to strengthen our planning and ITPs and operating licensing plans and improve our operational data. At the moment, we have to do surveys to look at OL supply and demand, and perhaps in future we'll be able to leverage data to do that and be able to do it more efficiently and effectively to match supply and demand. Formalization and training, we also touched on this earlier on, is very important for the sector. Corporate governance and company formation is so we're seeing that emerging in many parts of the industry as a result of some of the government pilots and interventions, which is also exciting. Training and skills development is needed across the sector, as well as support for business, for expanding their business offerings. And there's some support. We're seeing exciting green shoots there around things like Wi-Fi on taxis and some projects, and supplementary streams, which would be great for supplementing operator income and generally improving the ability of operators and drivers to provide improved public transport services. Enforcement, I think we've been doing this for a long time, and there's always improvements one can make. On the infrastructure side, one of the things that we're going to need to do in the future is upgrade PTIs to accommodate more vehicles, but also to accommodate larger vehicles. We hope to encourage, and through our vehicle financing support over in the medium to longer term, hope to encourage operators to purchase larger vehicles where it makes sense to do that, but then they also need the facilities at PTIs to be able to accommodate them. Priority lanes, we've seen, I think the excellent example of this is in Cape Town on the BMT lane, which is available for buses and taxis. That is a fantastic example of prioritizing public transport without having to spend a lot of money on a segregated busway. And then on the fleet side, we've touched on this already on the larger vehicles and finance reform. We have to figure that out. Operations, service and driver monitoring, and targeted subsidies linked to performance. That's coming. I think it's coming. It's on the horizon. We're not there yet, but it's exciting to see money within the new grant framework being provisionally allocated. And I believe in the next few years we're going to see some really exciting stuff happening here in this space, linked to systems and technology, as we've discussed, and then getting to the integration side of it. How do we integrate MBTs with formal systems, which I'll also touch on a bit later. So there's a lot there. The question is, how does one piece this together within a program of reform that kind of progressively makes progress and addresses issues as it goes? And our thinking is set out on the slide, which is really, we have in this kind of conceptual model, we have on the short term, on the left-hand side for the first 3 years around, which is really focused on building the foundations. And then in the longer term, or the medium term, from year 4 onwards, more progressive formalization happening. And we've categorized this into 3, let's call them buckets: a regulatory and industry reform bucket. Clearly, on the regulatory side, there's many improvements that we need to make. We also can introduce conditions into OL licenses, which require reforms to be implemented progressively in conjunction with some of the operational reforms. So this is one of the spaces that we've been thinking about in a lot of detail. We're also proposing a driver registration and monitoring system be put in place. At the moment, there's very little accountability for drivers other than traffic laws, and how operators and the relationship in particular between operator and drivers, and the relationship between the public sector and drivers. And we'll touch a bit more on that later. And then over the medium term, supporting the corporatization of the MBT industry. The operational reform side, we believe that telemetry devices in MBTs for monitoring purposes are essential, and we have a vision for the future that all MBTs will have such devices, and will be uniquely branded so they can be identified. There are the infrastructure and operational enhancements that are required. I touched on the PTI capacity issue earlier on, and any investment that government can make to improve efficiency of operations will help to reduce congestion and travel time and improve revenue, which will make it easier to provide more MBT services, which will also be a good thing. And then over the longer term, the transition to larger vehicles and electronic ticketing. We are hopeful that electronic ticketing can be introduced earlier on, but the previous attempts have not been successful, but we remain optimistic. We think that some of these foundational building blocks being in place will assist in the transition to electronic ticketing. And then the integration and subsidization part, which deals with vehicle financing and targeted subsidies and integration with other modes. We'd love to see that happen earlier, but again, we think some of the foundational steps need to be put in place before we're able to achieve these things. I've touched on these already when I talk through the levers and the programs. I'm not going to try and talk to each bullet point on the slide, but I think on the regulatory side, the industry is characterized by informality, and we ideally would want to get to a kind of common baseline so that we can implement reforms. If we're talking about an industry with 30 to 50% illegality, you're only able to reform the legal side of it, which is going to create challenges. And one of the things we believe is that that vehicle tracking and driver registration and branding should be mandatory going forward. And on the tracking, monitoring, and branding side, we've touched on that. Obviously, it's going to provide real-time oversight for operators and for regulators. And on the driver registration side, we believe there should be a central database that links to the telematics monitoring system and put in place a points-based demerit system for drivers, which is part of our thinking around the reform and making drivers more accountable and to improve driving behavior, accompanied by an incentive scheme that provides financial rewards for safe and compliant performance. Because you can't, if you go in with only sticks, it's going to be the same story around resistance and lack of adoption of the reform. So you have to start slowly and provide a combination of carrots and sticks. And the idea there is that we progressively replace fare chasing with professional driving standards. Industry-wide training is also part of the first our kind of foundational phase for across the sector for drivers, marshals, and operators. And then we've mentioned the infrastructure improvements at PTIs. In some cases, it's not possible to upgrade PTIs where capacity is limiting operating licenses, and we are proposing some operational solutions leveraging the vehicle tracking devices, which make it possible to do things like this as a kind of short-term solution, because we know that in many cases OLs are just not able to be issued despite the demand being there. And technology is emerging as a critical enabler. We think that advances in technology, we wouldn't be able to make this level of reform possible without it. But it also needs to be accompanied by institutional capacity to monitor and to regulate. This is not something that is done once and then we leave things to their own devices. It requires dedicated focus within our institutions and building up the capacity to do so. So our foundational approach is really about trying to address some of the root causes within the sector and try to progressively reform it. And then on the longer term, we believe, or the medium term, progressive formalization, integration, electronic ticketing, and cashless payments. If we're able to do that sooner, that'll be great. And and then corporatization of the industry, transitioning from associations to a form of a company, whether it's an association-based company or taxi operating company. The preconditions need to exist there, which requires a level of maturity within the association, and it is a big shift, and we hope to encourage that, and also if we can achieve that earlier, that's also great. And hope to scale that and look at the lessons we learn from these pilots that are currently underway. And then on the vehicle financing piece, this may come in a bit earlier given the direction of the new grant. Clearly, having operational data from the telemetry devices will also assist, and on the cashless side, as Anthony mentioned, and that's a big part of the kind of unlocking the economic potential of the sector. And then there's the fleet modernization program. As mentioned, we should be promoting and supporting acquisition of larger vehicles, and the dedicated public transport lanes, which I've also mentioned, which do not necessarily need to build new lanes. We should be reallocating road space. It's a much more efficient use of road space where we're able to do so on our higher order road network. There is a challenge around reciprocal routes on the licensing side, and that should be phased out over time to improve efficiencies. And then, of course, integration with other modes, which really will require integrated ticketing as the kind of cornerstone of that. And by this point, we'd hope to be able to, like was mentioned earlier, to be able to contract MBT serve more professional services. Okay, so just a question on subsidies: what, when, and how. There is a strong case. We believe there's a strong case for subsidizing minibus taxis, much like other public transport modes. We cannot, rely only on fare revenue for service quality improvements. I think that is, there aren't very many systems in the world that are able to do that. Most of them that are able to do that, like Transport for London's able to do that, I think, given their underground system. And I think in Hong Kong, the models there, given that they combine land use revenue and land use rates, property rentals with their transport institutional model. That's how they're able to do that. In South Africa, we have a very inefficient land use system and demand pattern, and to improve service quality at scale, much like our bus systems, we're going to need to provide some level of subsidy. The key thing is that we need to design the subsidy so that it results in improved performance for the passenger, and ultimately allows us to target subsidies towards passenger affordability, because passengers pay the economic fare at the moment, because there isn't really a way to subsidize the passenger on MBTs. So we believe there's a strong case, and the passenger benefit is the primary objective, and we believe that monitoring and accountability they have to be in place before government can consider this as a viable option, and we have to be able to monitor and monitor performance and provide subsidies linked to actual performance. That's a whole system in itself that needs to be developed, linked to the technology that needs to be introduced. And then, as I mentioned, we should be focusing on the passenger, and subsidies should be performance linked and phased in as monitoring capacity and formalization matures. So this is on the horizon, but I don't think we're there yet. And then, we've got additional, as mentioned, the funding that national government are considering or contemplating or planning for to de-risk the sector, and the capital and operational components of that, over and above, as far as I understand, existing allocations in the new PT grant framework, for the first time provide a level of government support for the sector, shifting the focus away from our prevailing kind of BRT framework, and that's great. The time is right, for this reform program and for testing different things in different environments. And then just on the operating, I'm almost done on the operating and business models. Some thoughts from I'm considering how we will in the future integrate minibus taxis with formal public transport modes. Obviously this is crucial. We need to improve passenger journeys on a system rather than on an individual mode. And if we're able to link MBTs with formal public transport services, we increase the value for money of public transport investment, and also we can focus then on our trunk services with larger vehicles like rail and BRT and quality bus. So the transfers become really important, how we design the transfers between MBT, bus and rail, and that should be the long-term objective. I've mentioned, the best performances on shorter routes with lower demand. That's where MBTs are going to make their highest returns as well, rather than doing the long distance services. Although they do that, larger vehicles are more cost effective for longer distances. And then just a point that we need to be quite deliberate and actively manage integration, because if we don't do that, we may see quite destructive competition between services. And we're seeing some evidence of that where we roll out BRT services, and there's competing MBT services. So this remains, something that we need to be thinking about. And then how should we be thinking about structuring the operating model? One of the ways to do it is for incentives to support passenger transfers and position MBTs as feeder services. As we've discussed, the technology, low cost fare systems and vehicle telemetry provide the foundation for integration, which as Anthony pointed out, hasn't been there before. That kind of low cost system. Before, we had to think about quite expensive validators, which was just unsustainable economically or financially. But now we have other options, and we believe that the design of this program should, at the start, complement the existing owner-driver business model, for the reasons we mentioned earlier, and to overcome some of the challenges with previous technology and driver adoption. We also think that integration at the start should be incentivized and not mandatory. It should be voluntary and linked to obvious benefits for the sector. This is obviously quite important, and one of the ways to do this is to offer a fair discount for passengers if they have a verified transfer to a formal service. That's, we think, is the primary lever. And then there is obviously the driver and the operator are playing a role here. The drivers are responsible for actually facilitating the transfer and adopting the technology, and operators are providing the vehicle, the operating license, and the onboarding and probably the branding on the vehicle. So there's a role for, those are the three main stakeholders that need to be considered in how one designs an integrated MBT service. And technology, should support the operating model and avoid disrupting what works. Like, so for example, cash fare in the initial stages, maybe cash fares can remain, and passengers who want to access the passenger discount can scan their phone or tap their card to qualify for the discount on both the MBT and then the formal service. So one doesn't need to try and replace cash fares automatically at the start off. I think we must do things with existing business models and as voluntary and reward based. So the design of that becomes an exciting thing, and I think is possible to do. And then some of the minimum requirements would be journey monitoring to verify trips and enable discounts and incentives. We've talked about low cost fare technology that can evolve into integrated ticketing. And then I think one of the things is, who is the account owner? Is it the driver? Is it the operator? Is it linked to the vehicle? Those are some of the questions on the business design process that need to be considered. Just lastly, I'm just going to wrap up. So on expected benefits, obviously service quality and safety is one of the main objectives. And real-time monitoring and demerit enforcement will reduce reckless driving and road fatalities. And if we're able to improve the quality of service for passengers in legal identified vehicles, that's the vision. And ideally, we are able to attract, over the longer term, choice passengers to use MBTs. I've been an active user of MBTs for many years and try to encourage as many people as possible to at least test the system. But many people are just, they see things in the news, they are not willing to even try it out. So we hope to be able to change that in the future. And if we're going to try and reduce congestion, we have to. This is a key point. And one of the reasons that we don't often talk around why service quality and safety is so important. On the economic inclusion and empowerment, we've talked around if we're able to implement some of these reforms, there's a lot of benefits for the sector around more affordable credit, insurance, and bulk fuel discounts, as well as new revenue streams from advertising and Wi-Fi. And then on the fiscal accountability side, we've talked around the technology and operational data, which is vital for government support and will enable better planning and evaluation of operating licenses, and in the medium term, more targeted subsidy allocations. Not only to reward performance, but also directly targeted at passengers, which is one of our longer term goals. And then efficiency is clearly important. Higher capacity vehicles, dedicated lanes will reduce congestion. And if we're able to integrate services, we will support mode shift away from private cars and reduce reliance on private cars and reduce congestion. And from a kind of replicability or scalable perspective, digital systems, incentive frameworks, and corporatization models, we should be always thinking, can we scale the system nationally? Should be in the back of our minds, or the front of our minds rather. And how does it align to the long-term vision set out in NDOT's plan? We'd ideally like to be testing lots of these different ideas and refining them over time and making sure they're fit for context and fit for purpose, and then scaling them up. That's the vision. And so on the concluding slide, we think the moment now is right for reform. It's long overdue and fiscally justified, and will present great value for money if we're able to make progress here. We have the policy mandate for the first time. Dedicated funding is being set up. Technology has advanced. All these things are coming together in a way which is going to allow us to try and test new things in the sector, which is exciting to be part of it. I think it goes back to that Rubik's Cube that I put up earlier on. How do we do it, and what sequence do we do it? That is what we need to figure out over the next few years. And we can't do things in isolation. We have to think about this in a program of reform. And we must be always thinking about what are the root causes of the issues in the sector, and how does what we're designing, how does it address these root causes? And then lastly, it must be done in consultation with the industry, not imposed on it, in order to encourage adoption, and also just to make sure that it's well designed. So thanks, Harry, and thanks for listening to our presentation, and to the previous presenters. And yeah, I look forward to taking any questions.
Thank you, Peter. Very interesting presentation indeed. And thank you very much for sharing knowledge, and I'm sure they're going to engage in lots of discussions. Unfortunately, we're already into the next presenter's time, so what I suggest is we have the next presenter, and then we do a panel discussion after the next presentation on both of you, if that is okay with you guys. I did promise Vuji Majola that she can ask a question after your presentation. So Vuji, let's allow your comment or question. Vuji Majola.
Thank you so much, Harry. I think I'll wait in the interest of time. Let's have the next presentation. I'll ask to come first after.
Thank you, Vuji. Really
All right.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Right, ladies and gents, we're going to have one presentation for ending the session, but not the least, obviously. Thereafter, we'll do a nice panel discussion. So it's Mr. Visham Naidu. He's from Taxi Recapitalization South Africa, and he's going to talk to us about lessons from minibus business reform pilots. Thank you very much, Visham. Visham, are you with us?
Visham, you're just on mute.
Okay, excellent. Sorry, my apologies for that. I just want to greet everyone. Thank you, Harry, for the introduction. And given the time pressures that we're there, I hope my presentation is visible. I'm just going to go into full screen mode.
Excellent.
Excellent. Okay, great.
Thank you.
As I was saying, being fortunate to be last on the list has presented an opportunity for me not to touch on all of my slides because some of the information is repetitive. There has been a common thread in some of the presentations today, but it also gives me an opportunity to sweep through some of the issues that may not have been addressed. But as you were indicating, my presentation is going to focus on the lessons that we've learned from some of the data-driven pilots that we've been implementing. The presentation this afternoon will just cover on 6 areas, and I think very quickly for everyone, I think we can move through this slide so that we can go into the actual presentation itself. Just a little bit about the TRSA. We are actually the Taxi Recapitalisation South Africa. That's the name of the entity. We've been appointed by the Department of Transport as part of the revised Taxi Recapitalisation Program. And as part of that mandate from the department, the core requirement is the scrapping of all taxi vehicles. But since 2019, the department has extended that mandate to include 3 other elements. One of those is to establish opportunities for the operators to participate or the industry to participate directly in its value chain. There was a second requirement for us to establish the extent of illegal or unlicensed operations within the minibus taxi industry. And lastly, there was a requirement for us to engage with the industry and various experts around establishing what is an age limit for minibus taxi vehicles, for minibus taxi vehicles that currently operate within the sector. But what's important to note from this mandate is that the industry has a 60% shareholding in the TRSA. So anything that we implement is done in conjunction and with the support of the minibus taxi industry. What I'd like to also share, based on the presentations made by Peter and Anthony to an extent, is that we've submitted documentary evidence to the Department of Transport as early as 2022 in respect to some of the challenges that the industry faces. And what the department has then done is it actually approved a bouquet of projects for us to implement. So a lot of the challenges that Peter has addressed and some of the suggestions made, we in fact are now currently underway with those pilots because of the findings we've had through our long association with the minibus taxi industry. And in previous presentations, there have been discussions around the challenges or the structural challenges within the minibus taxi industry. We've called it the structural conundrum. And the reason for that is it's based on the way the industry is currently designed in terms of its method of operations. And we believe that if these challenges are not addressed, any type of reform or digitization for that matter that's introduced may not achieve the desired results. And in terms of the challenges, we've listed some of them. They're not exhaustive, but we believe that overtrading within the industry is a significant issue. The proliferation of illegal operators is a second challenge that we believe that needs to be addressed. And lastly, it's the informal configuration of the industry, which is how it currently operates, 178,000 operators. And you will see in my later slides where I start to cover statistics around the industry, that it's difficult to get change in the industry when you're dealing with that number of individual operators. I know there were some comments earlier today about how do we not smother the entrepreneurial spirit of the industry because their responsiveness is driven by that individual hunger to excel or to generate revenue from their daily services. There's also been some issues around saying if we are looking at wanting to establish transport operating entities, which has also been presented in previous presentations, is that an easy fix? Are we imposing it on an industry because it's easy for the department and the banks, as was mentioned? Or is there some value in us considering a unified operation or consolidation of operations into unified structures? So just in terms of the structural conundrum, beyond the overtrading and the illegal operations, there has been, as mentioned, effective regulation is lacking. That needs to be attended to, and regulation in terms of capacity at the PREs, in terms of issuance of operating licenses. But beyond just the structural issues, there's also economic pressures that has resulted in the industry finding itself in the position that it is currently. Rising vehicle and finance costs have been unaffordable. Post-COVID, there's been a structural shift in the number of passengers actually commuting. Commuter fares that the industry currently charges are unsustainable. They are competing with other modes of subsidized transport, which then prevents them from being able to charge a fair market-related fare that would represent a recovery of the costs involved in providing that service. And again, I mentioned in the slide, there's competition from other forms, like e-hailing has presented itself recently. But again, e-hailing is a competitor because of its modernization. The industry itself is resistant to modernization, so it's also not progressing. It was mentioned that very little has changed in its business operating model since the time it's been introduced as a service. The vehicle has changed from the old CIRs to the new Quantums, but the mode of operation has not changed, and there's been limited digitization that has happened in the minibus taxi industry. And if you look at these structural conundrums, I want to be able to relate it to the actual scale of the minibus taxi fleet. If you look at the slide that is up, the total size of the minibus taxi fleet is 323,262 vehicles. This stats was dated at September 2024, and that was the most recent data that we had received from the Department of Transport. And through our analysis, we were able to establish from that data that there are 240,000 vehicles that are NTVs as defined, and those are vehicles that were manufactured from the 4th of September 2006 onwards. Those are the vehicles we currently see on the road with the flags on the side that have the minimum safety specifications. And when the TRP, or the Taxi Recapitalization Program, was introduced in 2006, it was then designed to remove the 82,720 old taxi vehicles that still remain on the road. And what's important in terms of this is, Ibrahim did say this morning, and Peter also put up the slide, that 85,000 vehicles have been scrapped since inception, but there's been a significant decline in the number of vehicles that are currently being scrapped. And we certainly believe, and it's been our input to the minister, that recap is no longer achieving the desired outcomes. It needs to be looked at, an alternative reform needs to be considered, and hence the discussion that's also taking place currently, because we can't consciously continue with the recapitalization program at the rate that vehicles are being removed annually. Now, one of the things that have not been touched on is the reason for why recap is not performing. And if I say to you, in terms of the slide, that as of 2024, there was in excess of 80,000 old taxi vehicles still operating on our roads. And depending on where you are situated in the country, if you're in Gauteng, for instance, or in Sandton, for that matter, it's very prevalent. You see these vehicles on a daily basis. There's a very high concentration of these vehicles also in the KZN province. So you find that these vehicles do still exist, some of them in decrepit condition and should have been removed. Our discussions with the minister has been that the program needs to end, but there needs to be an orderly exit. That has not yet been finalized. I'm obviously sharing some of the discussions that are happening because the minister herself has mentioned it, right? That capital subsidy needs to be considered, and that was migrating from the TRP solution, which was a once-off subsidy on the purchase of a new vehicle, as opposed to, and this was where you surrendered an old vehicle, as opposed to the capital subsidy that would potentially be paid against the purchase of a new vehicle without requiring surrendering of a vehicle. What we said to the Department of Transport that's very important is that the reason for the low levels of scrapping is that you will see from this slide that there are only 7,925 OTVs that actually qualify for scrapping. And those vehicles, and because scrapping is a voluntary process, these individuals are not presenting the vehicles for scrapping. The 75,000 illegal OTVs must be attended to, because if we terminate the TRP program, it still leaves these vehicles on the road and does not attend to the objectives that the TRP was originally designed for, which was fleet renewal. What's also important in terms of this slide is you will see that from the 240,000 NTVs, only 111,000 of those are legal. So hence one of the challenges that I mentioned was the primary challenge of illegality between both the fully legal NTVs and the fully legal OTVs. As of 2024, there's less than 120,000 vehicles out of the total fleet of 323,000 that is currently legal on our roads. The second thing I mentioned was the levels of overtrading. Now, we can propose reforms, we can propose digital solutions. You're not going to succeed with those unless you address the fundamentals. And one of the fundamental issues that we have from this data, if we take the 2020 National Household Travel Survey, for instance, that document indicated that there were 11.4 million households that actually rely on minibus taxis. And based on the information in that report, it estimated that 10.7 million commuters travel on a minibus taxi daily. Its share in terms of the public transport commute was covered in Peter's presentation, so I'm not going to go into that detail. But if we took the 300, if we took three full loads, if we calculated that each taxi in this country will do 3 full return loads, 3 in the morning and 3 in the evening, that equates to 90 passengers potentially traveling on a vehicle daily. And if we looked at that and we just did a simplistic calculation, that would translate to a requirement of 238,000 taxis that would be required to make those trips. Now, if you compare that to the 323 minibus taxis that currently exist, there's a potential oversupply of 85,000 vehicles. And the challenge with coming with an accurate estimate is that data does not exist. And one of our biggest issues in all of this is we have access to vehicle counts, we have stat surveys in terms of commuters traveling on a daily basis, but we don't really have a demand profile and that supply in terms of the number of vehicles. So from our interactions with the industry, we've done a few pilots where we've worked in the Bushbuck Ridge area. And on analysis of the route in Bushbuck Ridge, they had just under 70 vehicles currently operating, and they were operating 1 vehicle on every alternate date. When we looked at the demand, passenger demand on those routes, we found that you could provide that service on a scheduled basis using less than 30 vehicles. So that begins to indicate the extent of overtrading. We've done a similar exercise in 2 other locations, which have given us very similar outcomes. But these are, as I said, not pervasive. We believe there is a need for data to be collated before decisions can be made in terms of planning decisions and in terms of the future of the industry. Now, one of the challenges, as I'm indicating, is that the industry in its current format is very fragmented. And with that levels of non-compliance, it's not in a position to actually participate within the IPTNs. And this slide clearly indicates we've got 119,000 vehicles that are legal on the road. We have 203,000 vehicles that are operating without operating licenses. And we believe there's an estimated oversupply of at least 85,000 vehicles. So what this indicates is really in terms of the economic conditions I was talking about earlier, which spoke to rising vehicle costs, finances, as well as pressure on commuter numbers, is that the industry is in a very precarious position. We know of recent past that there's been significant levels of vehicle repossessions. We've seen it since post-COVID. There's been a lot of reporting on the minister on platforms indicating that the capital subsidy is designed to improve the affordability. She keeps talking about vehicles that are costing 20,000 Rand a month and operators just generating between 26 and 30,000 Rand a month. So the high cost of the vehicle repayments are unaffordable, and hence a capital subsidy would assist in bringing that down. But what our position is that a capital subsidy attends to the affordability issue. It doesn't de-risk the industry. The challenges around overtrading, if they still exist, will still have pressure on fair revenue. It does not make the industry sustainable. It's one of the levers that must be used, but we need to attend to these fundamental challenges before we can say that we can have effective reform within the minibus taxi industry. In terms of the affordability crisis that I mentioned, you will see from the slide that I'm presenting is that the preferred vehicle, which is the Toyota Quantum, has increased for the diesel variant, which is the most popular, from 450,000 to 584,000. Now, one would say that increase of 30% over the last 6 years is manageable, probably equates to between 5 and 6% on average per annum. And understandably so, that is within the CPI target range that Treasury sets, but it is still significant because the base cost of the vehicle is high. If one compares to this vehicle to what the price was under the previously old taxi vehicle that was not safety compliant, there's been a significant jump. But government has attended to that by ensuring that the scrapping allowance is kept pace with the increase in the value of the vehicle. And at the moment, it sits at just under 170,000 Rand. So the challenge is that one says that the vehicle is expensive and it's been increasing significantly. The reality is that, yes, it's an expensive vehicle, but that associated with the risk profile that the industry is perceived to have and the high cost of finance that then makes this unaffordable. If we, this is my apologies. It talks about 164,600 as the scrapping allowance, which is 29%. Scrapping alone does not resolve the broader risk, as I indicated. There are other fundamental challenges that need to be attended to. And if we look at the constraints around weak route economics, it begins to talk to the affordability crisis. And this is where I say it's not necessarily just the price of the vehicle, it's also the significant levels of overtrading. What has naturally happened by virtue of the current situation in the industry is that Toyota has reduced its manufacturing of vehicles. So initially there was an oversupply, and that's what we need to, there was a question earlier in terms of the lending practices within the industry. In the past, it was very lax. There were some companies that were financing vehicles and introducing them into the market with reduced risk requirements. They factored that in through high interest rates, but also on the basis that they were making money through vehicle repossessions. And I wouldn't say they irresponsibly encourage repossession behavior and lending behavior, irresponsible lending behaviors, but it was one of the unintended consequences of oversupply. And oversupply was easy access, and even though it was expensive finance, it resulted in vehicles entering the market, but also exiting through repossession. And again, not all vehicles that entered the market were in fact repossessed. Toyota at the moment manufactures, if I'm not mistaken, roughly around 700 vehicles a month. It previously was on 1,400 vehicles a month. So that reduction in the number of vehicles that we introduced into that are now being introduced into the minibus taxi sector on an annual basis has helped in terms of the overtrading, but it's still, because it was running from 2020 to 2025 thereabouts, we've now had, as I said, a significant number of vehicles on the road that are considered excess. In terms of the de-risking journey, I don't want to touch too much on this. I think it's been spoken on in Bafana's presentation. It's about how do we take the industry from an informal state to a less risk contract ready state, which is formalized, and where we talk about it arriving as a consolidated entity, which we term as the transport operating entity. What's important is that we believe that some of the pilots that we've been running have been helping in this formalization, and hence we support, and I will cover it, the smart camera implementation, and also the AFC. We believe that automated fare collection systems has a place to play. If you want to have consolidation of revenue, and if you want to have a route being operated by a single entity, there is a role for it. We believe that AFC is more accessible now because, as Anthony has indicated, the costs have come down significantly, but there is still a major issue around driver and operator adoption. There's still resistance in terms of taxes, as Anthony indicated. That's a major concern for operators. The drivers are resistant because they no longer earn the revenue that they were. The nature of the industry is that the owner is unable to assess or accurately assess or estimate the amount of revenue he earns on a daily basis. So he gives the driver a target. The driver makes the target, and then the minute he's done that, anything he makes above that belongs to him. So he drives the way he does, and they compete with each other because even in an association, these are individual businesses where each one is driven by the amount of revenue that they can generate on a daily basis. So the individualized nature of ownership, as I indicated earlier, is one of the challenges that are difficult to overcome. And if we want to reform this industry and start to attend to some of the structural challenges, this is why we say that a transport operating entity, a consolidation of an operation at an association level, is something that we must consider. And I mentioned earlier that there's 178,000 individual owners, but there are 1,452 taxi associations across the country. So even if we had to start at an association level, you could reduce the number of owners into that from 178,000 down to 1,452. And if you then were able to further consolidate into the regions, there are 59 regions in the country. So you could potentially shrink the ownership framework quite significantly if we looked at a consolidation of operation and the establishment of transport operating entities, which some of you may have heard of in the past as corporatization of the minibus taxi industry. The other, the strategic interventions that I want to cover is that we used three, and I'm going to touch on them very briefly. We used 3 projects that we are currently implemented that I indicated has been already approved by the Department of Transport and they provided funding for. We're using smart cameras to assess what is the actual demand, what is the need from a passenger perspective, and in turn, how many vehicles are then required to meet that demand. Formalization, we've spoken about formalization around automated fare collection. It's one of the instruments or levers that can be used, but formalization has also been touched on by Peter in his presentation around the establishment of companies, the training of directors, the employment of drivers within the companies, creating decent work conditions, and then also removing the element of competition. Now, in a later slide, I will touch on other elements of the transport operating entity, but what's very important is that by operating a route using the operating licenses and vehicles that belong to individuals, and individuals become shareholders in the scheme through a corporatized transition, you then begin to run a transport operation by individuals that are trained and knowledgeable and skilled in order to execute on the requirement. And the drivers are then working for a single entity, so they're no longer competing, they're earning a salary and can be suitably incentivized. It then also harnesses the purchasing power of the industry, but then starts to actually talk to the formalization, the consolidation of vehicles and routes, the optimization and rationalization. Because if we look at overtrading that I mentioned, if we believe that there are 85,000 vehicles that are in the market that are in excess, how do we remove them? And you can't remove them with the individual ownership. The only way you can remove them is by rationalizing a route, and that is through consolidation of operations, because you can't determine which operator then has to bear the brunt of his vehicle being removed. If you're in a consolidated environment, it becomes more palatable because it improves the economics of your operation, but it doesn't directly impact on a single operator. The camera solution that I spoke to about is now is one that you see on the slide. It's a smart technology that is not as expensive as an AFC solution. It actually does facial recognition, and it's able to determine whether where passengers jumped on and where the passenger jumps off. That data overlaid on a fare grid is able to determine how much of fare that vehicle would have earned in terms of fare revenue. It also then begins to provide data to the department and the operator and the association in terms of how many commuters are traveling, unique individuals traveling on a network. How many vehicles do you actually need to, you can determine how many vehicles are actually required. You can also tell from the data the times of travel and, as I said, the points of travel. And this information helps you then to right-size the fleet that you require to deliver in terms of the requirement. Fare collection, I'm not going to speak too much to this because this has already been extensively discussed this morning and this afternoon. But we, as I indicated, that if we're looking at operating a single entity for an association at an association level and the routes that belong to that association, AFC would be a requirement because then you have also completeness of revenue that is collected. Because what's important is that with any AFC solution or any technology that's introduced, there are workarounds to the system. Fare evasion becomes a very big issue. Even if you're implementing AFC and still remaining cashless, you will find that that daily reconciliation becomes quite significant because in the pilots that we've run in the past, and those that are currently underway, it demonstrates that reconciliation process is not easy when you have two methods of payment, and that's cashless and cash. This slide was already covered by Peter, but what I think is important in terms of our de-risking journey, there was a question this morning around credit enhancement. It was around credit by banks and how they assess risk on the individual and how they determine pricing. What's important to note is that you don't have to wait for these smart cameras or AFC solutions to be able to assist the finance industry. The Department of Transport has data that can, if made available to the industry, that can improve the quality of the credit-making decision. A simple example is, if someone has access to NATIS, they would be able to tell for an applicant how many minibus taxis he owns, how many of those are financed, how many of those have already been fully paid up. With access to operating license systems, they would be able to determine whether those vehicles are on legitimate operating licenses or not. They would also be able to tell how long the operator has been legal, in terms of when was his first operating license issued. This type of information will not be an absolute silver bullet for the risks that present itself when a financing decision is made. But we certainly believe that if the department has access to this, if the department is able to share this information with the finance industry, it would improve the quality of their decision making and reduce the risk premium that currently exists. Beyond that, what the finance houses have also said to us, they require confirmation on the members' standing with the industry. And when I say standing, I mean his membership with an association, not necessarily whether he's in good financial standing, but whether he's a bona fide member of the industry. And with that combined with the data that the Department of Transport has at its disposal could greatly improve, as I said, the quality of the decision making. One of the solutions that we are currently implementing is a digital app for the industry. In fact, it's already across in excess of 50 associations, if I'm not mistaken. It's something we've recently started, and as I said, a lot of these are pilots in progress. those digital apps are actually designed to register each of the operators, the vehicles that they have, the operating licenses in their possession, the drivers of their vehicles, and it becomes a central database that belongs to the minibus taxi industry that then can be utilized to validate a member's status with an association. In terms of the pilots, what is it demonstrating? That technology does in fact help. We've been doing the cameras in quite a few implementations across the country. The information that is coming through is valuable in terms of planning and understanding the operation in that area. As I said, it's a lot more affordable than AFC, so we see that as an initial technology adoption that will then transition to an AFC-based system in the future. In terms of the operators transition, you'll see under that part, I talk about associations going digital. That's the app that I've mentioned just now that some of the associations are beginning to take up. And we see that also as a part to formalizing their operations. We believe that some of the solutions we're currently providing are scalable. I know AFC is a challenge in terms of scale, but at the moment we are doing a Western Cape project. It started in Codeta and Mitchell's Plain. There are currently 300 vehicles on pilot, and that's aiming to grow to 3,200 vehicles. So those lessons, very similar to what Anthony has shared, will become very relevant for the future scaling and penetration of that solution across the minibus taxi industry. Transport operating entity, I've already spoken to this. I think what's important, if we are able to, Pete and them see this as the long-term objective, and I believe I can't argue with that timeline. But if we could get TOEs operating, and hence in Mitchell's Plain, there are 13 regions, and each one of them have an investment company, which we are now trying to, through the AFC and the camera operation, get them to consolidate their operations. So that for us, if it can be achieved in the next 10 months, will become similar to the People Mover in Durban, where they've managed to do that across 2 associations, where that system is working quite successfully and profitably for that matter. We're trying to do that on a larger scale with Mitchell's Plain in the Western Cape with the 13 associations that exist there. And what's important, as I said, we'll be able to achieve operational optimization because of the data we have. We will be able to implement AFC, which is currently underway. Association engagement through the app will exist, and then fleet consolidation and rationalization can happen once there's a good understanding on the financial variables that exist in that region. Lessons learned. Engagements are very sensitive. We have to build trust. There's a lot of distrust within the industry. And I mentioned it earlier, the operators are concerned about taxation. Drivers are concerned about what Andrew calls the sock money. There are significant amounts of levels of distrust, sometimes even between the operators and the leaders. And Anthony has touched on some of that, so I don't want to repeat that. We need to make sure that formalization is a concept that they understand. Bonile said this morning in the establishment of the VOCs, it was just assumed that an informal operation and an operator running an informal operation will quickly transition into a formal environment. That's not the case. What's important is there's a people dynamic that needs to be attended to. Change management is very important in that respect. Data, we cannot make decisions if we don't have data, and currently there isn't data available. And we believe that through these smart cameras and through any other technology that is introduced into the sector, we can in fact accumulate the data that is required so that can be analyzed to make informed decisions going forward. On the operations front, we believe that in order to migrate the business model that currently exists, you have to work with associations that are very mature in the way that they actually operate. We currently are doing work with an association where within its vehicle count, at least 60% are collectively owned and the rest are individually owned. And that those vehicles that are collectively owned are currently in a company that belongs to the operators in that association. So there are instances where operations are quite mature and transformed, and we believe that those are the points that we we need to start with, because then we can demonstrate to the broader industry that it can work. I think consultants trying to stand up, and even to an extent government trying to stand up and say to the industry that this is possible, there's a level, as I said, a high level of distrust. I think if we are able to demonstrate that it works and they get that sentiment that is shared by their fellow members, there will be a greater propensity for digestion of the concepts we are presenting and better take-up. In the interest of time, I think, Harry, I can close there, because in terms of closing considerations, it's just a summary of what I've already covered. So in terms of my presentation itself, there is some other supporting documents which you're welcome to circulate, but I think I would like to end there now. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you indeed, Bisham. That was an excellent presentation. Probably a lot of preparation also went into this. I really appreciate that. And if you kindly stay online, I think there will be fruitful discussions subsequent to this. Yes, so we have promised Vuji to be the first one after your presentation. So Vuji, can you kindly ask your question or make your comment?
Thank you so much, Harry, and thank you to all the colleagues for their insightful presentations. I think before I start asking my questions, I just want to refer back to what Mthokozisi shared, and I think throughout the presentations, we all agree that the taxi industry is not just a transport mode. And we have to appreciate that it's a decentralized ecosystem built over 130,000 individual self-funded business owners who have kept South Africa moving for decades without a cent of state operating subsidies. So when we start talking about formalization frameworks and designing or shifting funding and getting the taxi industry to participate formally, it is important that we have the taxi industry in the room, and we do not design these in our boardrooms with consultants and government officials. What we don't want a repeat of is a top-down approach that does not consider the dynamic landscape of public transport in South Africa. Now, to go back to my questions, I'd like to start with Anthony. And my one question is, what is the cost of this fare collection? And I'm looking for the true cost to an individual taxi operator. And then secondly, in your presentation, I saw you spoke about incentivizing the driver. And I think the biggest win, or the biggest incentive the driver is looking for is for him to be formally employed. Currently, drivers earn between 800 to 1,000 rand per week. And that is below minimum wage. And their employment is informal. Is there a world where, when you are building these fare collection systems, that you insist on the driver's employment being formalized, so drivers can at least get a minimum wage and be true economic participants? That was for Anthony. And then to all the colleagues from NDOT as well as TRSA, I think I've just got one question, and I think maybe we can unpack this maybe in other rooms, because I think it's quite central to how we view formalizing the minibus taxi industry. Now, under Section 62 of the NLTA, operating licenses are strictly statutory rights that are granted to individual operators, right? And they are tied to specific vehicles. However, the operational reality on the ground is governed by a robust system or parallel regulation that is run by associations. They control route access, they charge internal entry fees, and they manage the capacity within those routes. But what is key is that the operating license is given to the individual taxi operator. And now, as we pivot the funding towards formalization and corporatization, how does the department or the colleagues that are assisting the department plan to legally reconcile this disconnect? How will the transition of route rights from the individual held licenses into collective corporate or cooperative entities take place without triggering a deep resistance within taxi associations and individual taxi operators who are the actual investors into the taxi business? Thank you very much, Harry.
Thank you, Vuji. Appreciate it. Anthony, you want to respond?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Vijay. That was you saved up a lot of questions there. Thanks for that. So the first was the cost of the AFC system, and then your second one was second question for me was more on the formal employment of drivers. So I'm just going to start off with the cost of the AFC system. Basically, what we do is we allow you to download an app onto your phone. If you don't have an app, a phone that is compatible, we can help supply a mobile device, a rugged mobile device at cost to the taxi owner and driver for the vehicle. These devices cost anywhere between 1,700 to 2,400 rand, depending on which way the rand dollar goes, basically. And then we charge a transaction fee. We do an introductory transaction fee of 4.5% for the early adopters. And then over a year period, it sits and it goes all the way up to 8.5%. But of that 8.5%, 2.5 goes back to the taxi industry as rebates once that project starts getting momentum within a particular association. So we actually incentivize owners and the association. The more they use the system, the more money they also make back as part of that. But the overall cost model is that this should actually, if you take the fuel rebates that we get for the guys, the income that they're making, the system cost should not actually play a role. The guys should be making more money back using cashless, and over hopefully a not too long period, there'll also be the introduction of subsidies, and that can, one, bring down the cost of AFC, but two, also bring more value to the taxi owners and drivers. On the next point was your formal employment of drivers. It would be very hard to force that anybody who adopts the system must formalize the relationship between the driver and the owner. Nobody forces the taxi industry to do anything. What you want to do is incentivize for that relationship to be there. So as part of the negotiations, the drivers might say that they'd want, and we do enable that we can help with the collection and submission of UIF and workman's compensation. So as the driver earns money, we can collect and process those funds on their behalf. One of the things we also do offer is driver insurance, which is also one of the things that the drivers get very excited about, is that because taxi can be in an accident, the driver breaks his arm and he's out for 2-3 weeks, but that taxi is panel beaten and back on the road within 2-3 days. And so that driver loses their income while they're sitting at home. So we do look at offering benefits to the drivers as well. the formal employment and the proof of income, I think, are two big benefits that the industry as a whole could drive. And the thing is, within the industry, one of the points that you made was that this is not like you can't actually go to an association and say on association level or country level, provincial, whatever, that the taxi driver and the taxi owner must put a formal relationship in place. These are all individual business owners, and they run their businesses, and each business must make that individual decision whether they want to formalize that relationship. I think, but again, I feel that that's going to be very much the wave effect. If we can get it with a handful of people within association, that the relationship is there, the relationship is formalized. There's pay slips that can be generated from the system, proof of income, all of those kind of things. Then the drivers might put pressure on the owners, and or the owners might see the benefit of having UIF and workman's compensation, and so we can move forward and slowly let it evolve into where we need it to be. Okay. That's it from me, Harry.
Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate that. I don't know if one of the NDOT colleagues would like to respond to the question, who are the investors?
Let me
Thank you, Bonile.
Let me deal with the issue of Section 62. In terms of the operating license issues. I think we were saying perhaps we will need some further debates on these issues because of that section. That's one. And but most of these ideas from where I'm sitting, they are more of voluntary nature. And if the operators in a particular area, they are buying into some of these ideas. For instance, if now they decide to say in a particular area they want to rationalize their fleet, instead of having 100 taxis, they want to have 30 buses or 20 buses. I'm just making an example here out of my mind. They can still use the very same process of saying of conversion and go to the operating license boards and argue their case, or they can still do the process of surrendering operating licenses with an expectation that those operating licenses then will be transferred to the co-ops or to that TOC, for instance, because transferring of an operating license is allowed in this country, and you have to state the reasons. But I'm saying perhaps the follow-up meeting will be a good idea to say less than practicalize some of these ideas and see how can we then move forward and identify some of the, let's say, some of the pilots and see how then if it were, let's say it's working in Bushbuck Ridge, they've, let's say, I'm just making an example again, they've surrendered their operating licenses to the company. Let's check if that can happen in another province. So, but I'm saying we need some, engagements on this and see if it can't work. But from where I'm sitting, it's more practical when it's voluntary, because once you bring government to enforce this, the issue of compensation to say, if you want to, let's say, rationalize services as government, and then you want to tamper with my business, you want to rationalize this, either you give me another route, and if I'm not happy with that route, and or you have to compensate me and all of that. So those are the things that really, before we even pilot some of these things, you must know that at the moment, the operating license is attached to an individual, unless then it's a company that is applying for an operating license. Thanks.
Thank you, Bonilla. I see Vuji is giving lots
Harry?
of hands, thumbs up. Yes, who's talking now?
Harry, it's Visham. I think I just wanted to follow on the question that was tabled regarding the industry's position on formalization. I think what's important for me to reiterate, as I indicated earlier, that the 60% of the TRSA is actually owned by the minibus taxi industry, and they benefit directly from its implementation of projects. On our board sits 3 individuals from the minibus taxi industry, but beyond that, we also consult broadly within the industry. I think what's important is that none of these concepts can be implemented top-down without consultation with the industry. We've been very pragmatic with the department in our submissions to say that even though that these have been preferred models, they must be accepted by the industry. So we cannot proceed with them. So Bonilla is very correct in saying that at the moment we're doing it on a voluntary basis because it's not prescribed in any format, but it will not see its realization if the industry is not supportive. And what's important is that the interactions that we've had with them is that they are very accepting of this. And as I said in my presentation, the current state of the industry from an economic perspective is that they have to consider these options. And that's why you find a whole host of even cashless initiatives behind it. Besides it being more affordable, there is now a desire to actually implement these solutions because the operators want to actually see what revenue is being generated from their vehicle operation, because they don't really know that. And it's interesting in terms of the cost base, because we're actually working with 3 different AFC service providers, because that's not the TRSA's competence. And it's the rate that was mentioned by Anthony is all of them are pretty much in the same ballpark. The cheapest is at 3.5%, another is at 5.4%, another is at 8.4%, and Anthony said a band of 4.5 to 8.5%. Now, this is a percentage of fare revenue. And in many instances, when these AFC companies are coming to the table, they don't even know how much of fare is being collected on a system. But they have these percentages because they believe that that is what is going to then recover costs. And I'm sure some modeling has been done. And that's why the camera solution is very important, because with facial recognition and with it overlaid, and that, again, that technology is not proprietary to the TRSA. It's an independent service provider in the market that is doing that solution. But we believe that the data that comes from that will then begin to inform all of these decisions that are made around formalization, because the economics must stand up. We may want to reform this industry, but if it's not sustainable, it's not going to work. I think that's very important.
Thank you, Visham. Right, we've got Hanifa and Darby Bosch still hands being raised, but I see Ibrahim, you came in. Maybe you want to quickly respond on the NDOT question.
Thanks, Harry. I'll make a comment after Hanifa and Darby. Thanks. I just wanted to throw out a little way forward challenge. Thanks.
Thanks, Ibrahim. Hanifa.
Hi, thanks. Yes, very interesting discussions. And I'm just going to piggyback on what was discussed already with regards to the operating license. So I agree that we realize that the operating license process needs to be reviewed, right? And operating license are the single point of control that government holds with regards to the minibus taxi sector. So what I want to throw out there is that while we're reviewing this process, we could consider making license renewal conditional to technology installation. This way, we then sort of convert this administrative process into an active sort of reform instrument. However, I hear the costs, I hear the issue about technology being expensive. So in order to make this technology adoption possibly affordable to the industry, is that a subsidy or a fund can be created for technology installation on minibus taxis. And perhaps this funding can possibly replace the TRP or the current compensation model. So currently compensation is understood to be a retrospective payment that reimburses operators for loss of income, right? And for removing them from the current system. Let's just say we don't replace minibus taxi operators and we continue to let them operate. However, government sort of sets the standards and KPIs for what type of quality or service they want on their routes. But however, this service is then linked to a monitoring system, right? But government can only really monitor it if they have access to the data. And how do we get this data? Is through this subsidized technology program or fund, whatever we want to call it. So this would be an investment that government makes, but it will also equip the operators to participate in a more productive and data-enabled system. So this is a little bit different to paying for compensation. However, there's lots of returns and on the investment on this. So what it can be done, how it can be done is that government funds or co-funds your technology, so GPS, cashless payment systems, fleet management softwares, connectivity costs also perhaps for let's just say 12 months or 24 months government pays for this transition period for the connectivity, and then also provide the training and the technical support to the industry. These can be once-off costs or limited costs with a clear scope, and unlike compensation, which has currently been escalating and based on negotiations, the subsidy can be capped and it's obviously auditable. Now, I know that the compensation model at the time was necessary when we were doing the BRT implementation. However, now with this change in moving away from BRT, we sort of reframing our subsidy, saying that not what do we owe you for what you are losing, but what the message is out there. By participating in this program and the fund, you look at what you have access to, right, and what you can gain. And this way, the incentives are not necessarily monetary. So Davi, as you indicated in the chat about the blue dot and paying the industry, it wasn't sustainable. So this way, your incentives, it's not giving them money, it's giving them access to other business supports and other gains, such as access to DFIs, access to other revenue streams, route exclusivity, because now we have the data, right? And we know what type of service we want on particular routes, perhaps priority in stations, in accessing stations, traffic signal prioritization, access to high occupancy lanes. And all of these sort of have real economic value to the operators, but carry no direct fiscal cost to the fiscus. So structuring the access to technology as sort of a early incentive, and perhaps there's a modest cash bonus, I don't know, perhaps there's some sort of payment that the owner can perhaps make for exceptional performance. But however, all of these would then dramatically reduce the fiscal exposure, which we currently are seeing through the compensation and the TRP models. And at the same time, you're getting that change in driver behavior. So how this can be done, I'm saying perhaps there's a sort of a transversal framework or a contract that government procures. That way you can negotiate bulk pricing. You have a panel of qualified technology suppliers as part of this, and then operators can access this technology or this panel. However, the condition to access this is that they need to be part of a registered TOC or TOE or some sort of cooperative. So this way you're also getting that, that formalization or that corporatization that we're wanting to achieve. And that when they are registered, they can access this fund, they receive the equipment, it gets installed, and there's no sort of payment, direct cash payment to the industry. So this keeps the subsidy sort of as part of a bigger program. It reduces the leakage risk, but it also ensures that the infrastructure actually gets installed. So you're not giving cash to the industry, you are paying the supplier to install the equipment. The TOC or the entity would then own and manage the technology, which means that they get access to the data for their business needs. However, the conditions for accessing this is that the technology must remain active, so drivers cannot tamper with the technology, and it must always be transmitting trip data. And the other condition is that the data is shared with the city authorities. And this would be a condition to for continued subsidy support and the connectivity costs that we perhaps could include. And this way, government then has access to the data for planning and monitoring purposes. Now, this also needs to come hand in hand with the fact that the cities have the proper capacity within the departments to monitor and effectively monitor these systems and the operators based on the KPIs that are set. So again, that's also ensuring we have the capacity. So in summary, I'm saying that delivering this through a national framework or a transversal tender, you're then shifting the discussion from sort of what government or government needs to pay the industry through incentives or whatever form. It's now going through a program or through a fund. You have a more protected operating environment. And from my personal experience, I mean, the Blue Dot program, I think when you speak to the operators, they are saying it was really a great program in that they had access to the data. And in fact, I've spoken to some of the operators and they say, even if you take away the incentives, if we can just have that data platform and that vehicle tracking, then we will be happy. So I think it goes a lot with what everybody was saying here in the presentation, but it's definitely something that needs to be looked at. Thanks, Harry.
Thanks, Hanifa. Yeah, I've put up your comment that you made earlier on the screen. You might have noticed. So I don't know if you want to elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, this was just in speaking to Bonili's presentation around empowerment of the operators and the challenges that you have with regards to the MFMA, not allowing them to do station cleaning, security, and those kind of things because you have to put it out to tender. So there were two sort of options that I said. The one could be that your station management and your cleaning and your security is linked to them being an operating company. That those are sort of linked to that contract and it becomes a condition of that contract. So that way you don't have to put out a separate tender. And then the second option that you have here on the screen is that whoever you put the tender out to, that you can say that a certain percentage of the contract must be awarded to an operator-owned SMME or a cooperative, and that way also they can access or participate in these tenders. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you, Hanifa. Appreciate it. All right, so let's go to Anthony.
Thanks, Harry. I just wanted to just make a comment with Visham and his camera monitoring type of stuff. I think that both AFC and the camera monitoring bring a high quality of data, but I think it only really works if you combine the two. So if you had the camera data with the AFC data, the one is validated data is the stuff, but if you combine the data, the one set of data can verify the other. So I just feel that like where we must strive to go is that these solutions actually integrate in the end, and that like what Visham says is that we get the camera data, but if we can overlay that, then AFC can only do cashless, but the camera data would catch the cash-based people as well. And then through APIs and AI, we could then validate that those two numbers match, and where there's a misalignment, you can then investigate the data to see where the information is missing. But at least you've also got two sets of data or two sets of the truth that you can use to balance. And so I think, get better quality data for subsidy and owner management. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you, Anthony. Bonile?
Afternoon again, colleagues. No, I wanted to comment on the compensation, more especially around the IPTNs. One thing for sure, even though I was not there at the time, but the guys who came up with the concept of compensation, and from where I'm sitting as a student of transport economics, I think they did a good, they came up with a good concept, even though it has been abused. If you look at section, I think it's section 25 of the Constitution, anything that will, affect my rights as a business person, or as a person who, let's take the taxi industry, they have been operating in a route. If then you are introducing new services there, one thing that you must have in mind is that you are going to tamper with their business model. That's one. And as you are tampering with the business model, and you cannot just move them. You cannot change their business model and advertise that tender out. So you have to negotiate. That's the first round of the exercise. So after negotiation, in terms of the NLTA, you have to go out on tender. To be honest, without compensating those people, you cannot go out on tender. So that's one, because the only way to go out on tender, you have to take their rights away through the compensation model. So I'm saying, the concept, I still believe that those guys, they made it a point that they are complying with the Constitution in terms of section 25. And, they were not taking away the business rights of the industry without compensating them. Even if you look at the way NLTA is crafted, when you do rationalization of services, there as well, there is an issue of compensation, that if then there are no other routes, you have to compensate that operator so that he can give you the right to change his business model. I'm just thinking, let's say now I've got a house here. They want to build a school, or they want to build a mall. They must buy me out. That's the first thing. And if then in that buying out, they are saying, no, you'll have shares here. The next question is, what will happen then, where I'm going to sleep and all of that. So I'm saying the concept of compensation from where I'm sitting, it was in line with that. And some of the ideas that we are talking about, they will need some, that we'll have to make changes in the legislation, more especially around supply chain, because the issue of competitive bidding on almost on all the projects are critical. We have to consider that, and sometimes to make minor changes in the MFMA is very difficult. National Treasury is very stubborn sometimes. When you propose some of these changes. So I'm saying those are the things that we have to keep on debating. And if there are areas whereby we believe that we can make some inroads, particularly with National Treasury, let's see if we will be able to do that. But the compensation one, I think it was a precursor for the open tender process, because without it, I doubt that there will be a role to go out on tender for any routes where the operators operating. Thanks.
Thank you, Bonile. Visham?
Harry, very quickly, I just wanted to respond to the comment that Anthony made around installing the cameras with the AFC, and we are very much on the same page. In fact, in Cape Town, on the exercise I mentioned that is currently underway, we're using the cameras and the AFC solution. The cameras are very important. It's taught us we did a pilot in the Free State where we operated a route as a collective, and we found that fare evasion was very common. Even where one of the operators drove a vehicle, he was skimming cash from his collective. And these cameras then were able to validate the amount of money that would be earned and confirms that there's no evasion in terms of cashless fare. But it also helps in an environment where cashless is running with cash on a vehicle. You're able to reconcile the both. And what the camera service provider is currently doing is actually developing that dashboard through an API where it pulls data from the cashless system and is able then to reconcile that with the facial recognition and the fare grids and the calculated fare to see if there was any leakage. So very much support Anthony's position, and we're actually currently doing it.
Excellent. Thank you, Visham. Ibrahim, I don't see any other hands up. So if you then can kindly do your comments and also close the session for us. From the Transport Forum side, I want to say thank you very much for NDOT to hosting this, and we're looking forward to that 3 months event that you're saying you're going to have with us, Ibrahim. We should definitely organize that. Looking forward to that as well. Ladies and gents, I also invite you, the 23rd of July, we're going to have also a virtual event, but there will also be virtual booths and lots of prizes to be won, and we're going to talk about celebrating great technology in transport. So I ask you to support that event. It's definitely going to be very worth your while. But back to Ibrahim as our host today to kindly close the session for us. Thank you, Ibrahim.
Thanks, Harry. Thanks to everyone. I think it's been a nice and long session. Still, we got 70 plus people. It's been an excellent audience, excellent presentations. I'd actually put Bonile on the spot and ask him to just reflect on the way forward from the inputs he's heard in terms of the public transport plan process. But before he does that, just a challenge for all of us, because I found it useful. I'm going back to when I was younger, 25 years ago. So I play with that back of the matchbox things. And I just did one now on the calculator, although I had to quickly just ask AI to amortize 600,000 Rand over 5 years at 20% interest rate. But funny enough, some intuition sparked me, because basically, let's just take a round number of 10 million passenger trips a day nationally on minibuses. And I'm throwing this out for everyone to take away and give us input, especially on the opportunity. So 10 million times 15 Rand, say average fare, just pick a number, or 150 million Rand a day times 275 days, just round it. It's basically 41 point something billion a year, say in fare revenue. And then if you took, let's just round it, I'm sure it could be lower with scale, but let's just say 5% of fare revenue going to some data technology digitization package coupled with promotions, incentives, the whole bank shoot, servicing government, operator, all kinds of stake users, etc. So 5% of that is 2 billion, and I think it was 62 million a year. They just say, okay, now I thought, okay, hey, so how do we sell that? Somebody say, oh, you're giving me 2 billion of hard-earned fare revenue to, let's just say, inverted commas, fat cat IT suppliers and all that, right? Let's say it ends up like a Sanrail e-tolling thing. But now on the other side, I said, okay, well, let me just play, because so basically, if you took, let's say 150, and this is, I'm especially excited to see what Visham, Anthony, Peter, and Hanifa, even Davi, Bosch, and others, Bonile, do with this over the next. If you took the other side, you say 150,000 vehicles, I'm just rounding back of the matchbox, and if you said the 600,000 Rand capex, and just amortize it at 20%, over 5 years. The interest is about 70,000 Rand a year. Let's just say on 600,000 Rand. If all you did was cut that interest from 20% a year to 15%, so it's a 25% decrease in the interest rate, guess what sorry, must double check in case I'm tooting my horn, but the savings per year was 2.6 billion. So I think just that could pay for a 5% digitization package, assuming obviously you're recapping every 5 years, etc. But obviously there's other benefits too. So, I mean, I think there's a whole world of win-wins here possibly to pay for. I mean, to play for. So why did I say pay? But to play for, which I think these kind of examples really bring it out to decision makers. You know, not necessarily that you're going to go and do the whole country in one swoop or anything, but there's some real low-hanging kind of rands and cents calculator back of the matchbox type type benefits that could create win-wins. You know, so we don't have to be fighting about, you know, things we could put off, the harder decisions if we don't have to get there, and we create that package up front. But obviously the caveats are everything has to work. It cannot be captured as state capture. It cannot be in any commission down the line. Everything has to be value for money, and benefits must outweigh the costs, etc. But I think I'd like to ask Bonile just to maybe give a sense of, because he's heard all this before, but I think today was quite useful for me because I've heard all this before, but I think the mix of challenge and solutions really is much more empowering. Maybe Bonile, Hanifa, and any of our panelists could just give a word if you want to, and then we can close. But thanks a lot.
Thanks, Harry, for hosting us. From where I'm sitting, Ibrahim, I think even on this plan that we are developing, perhaps in 30 days' time, or we have to find a way of getting almost the same audience, whereby we go through the plan and get the input. If need be, we divide the plan into, let's say, into 4 parts. There will be a presentation on one section and get the inputs from the group, or we can share the document with everyone who will participate so that they can start looking at the plan. Because up until now, we have been engaging as government. And I believe that before we go to the operators, let's go to the private sector or to the individuals, like the participants in this call. Let's hear their inputs so that when we then go out to the operators, we have also captured some of their views or on the plan. From there, I think we will have a better plan. And because most of the time we tend to focus on our service providers that will assist us, and then as government, the next thing we go and present a fully or what we call almost complete plan to the industry. But if we can, because I can tell when I'm listening here, there are individuals that they've got industry at heart. You hear their comments that they know the industry. So therefore, even when they provide comments on the plan, I can tell you they will provide those comments as if they are representing the industry, of which from where I'm sitting, that will be a good point of departure. I don't know who will arrange that, whether it's us or you can talk to Harry again, Ibrahim. But we can host. We can do it if Harry is busy. We can do and invite almost the same stakeholders just to focus on the plan, because what I've noticed in most cases when you go to the industry, more especially the broader industry, you go there with a slide like, let's say, I was presenting what is happening on the VOC. But when you get into the meeting, you realize that the meeting is not about the VOC, it's about all these other issues that they complain about. You end up losing the focus and you end up not getting the inputs that you require on that particular document. You focus on other pressing issues. So, but if we then, like I was saying, use this platform, divide the plan into sections so that when people are commenting there, they know that we are commenting only on this section. And for me, that will be much better. So, because some of these inputs, as much as there's nothing new per se from our point of view, Ibrahim, but we need now to record and we need these inputs to influence a policy direction going forward. That will be my 2 cents, Mr. Sidat. Thanks.
Thanks, Bonile. I think Harry's noted that and we'll be in touch with you very soon. Let me just quickly go through our panelists. Anthony, any reflections briefly? And then I'll go to Peter and then Hisham. And I want to bring Hanifa in also from National Treasury. He's also organizing some fora as well. Thanks. Anthony?
Nothing major from my side, Ibrahim, but thanks for everyone. I think it's exciting that there's so many different aspects and people and bodies working towards a solution that will work. So I'm looking forward to what's coming down in the future. Thanks a lot, everyone, for their participation. It was very interesting.
Thanks, Anthony. Peter, any reflections, any pointers from what you've heard?
Peter said he had to leave the session. He's got another engagement.
Oh, okay. Visham?
I think, Ibrahim, what's important in terms of ANIFA's positioning, as I indicated in the presentation, the technology implementations and the pilots that are currently being run are in fact being funded by the Department of Transport, naturally through Treasury's approval. So the investment in terms of the digitization or the technology introductions, we are actually using funding from the tax recap money, and her position around repurposing it for technology subsidy is in full alignment with our thinking and contribution that we've done to the department. Because I know that in my discussions with Mr. Manamela, there needs to be a package of benefits that can be presented to the industry. It must be not a compliance requirement, but an incentive or a carrot for them to benefit from this process in being able to operate a service according to a specific standard, and then they can get the benefits that come with that. So we're very supportive of that position. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And Hanifa, I'll give you the last word as Treasury.
Thanks, Ibrahim. Now, I've got nothing really more to add. I think it's been a great discussion. But what I would like to see in future discussions is to be more solution focused now. And we know the lessons. We've tried everything. We've learned now what has worked, what has not worked. And I think the next discussion now is to move towards sort of how do we implement and how do we identify those enabling conditions that that can take some of the lessons forward and what has worked forward into implementation. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Harry. I think you've noted Bonila's suggestion, and possibly Hanifa might also get in touch if we need to have broader consultations. And I'm just going to take away that, basically a well-functioning digitization package could pay for itself if we're able to de-risk and, say, cut interest rates from 20% to 15%, So it's all to play for. And as I think Visham and Anthony said, you convince operators based on hard rands and cents and let's call it cash flow in inverted commas, etc. So I think I think it's all to play for. Let's see, in line with Peter's presentation, how we create some stepping stones whilst looking at a 10-year horizon as well. So I'd like to thank everyone. Thanks for the comments, and we'll probably pick this up in a month or two. Thanks a lot. Back to you, Harry.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim. Thank you, everybody, for attending. And please take care and see you next time. Have a good day further. Thank you very much.